and welcome to the 2017 National Team Trials. Matt Hetherington alongside Gordon Kay here in Morrisville, North Carolina at the Triangle Table Tennis Center. Matt, it has been an amazing 3 days of table tennis.
It has, and it's strange to think that today's the last day. There's so much momentum that's built up through this event, and this really is the final call for all the players that are trying to qualify for the national team.
So our next match, Matt, is the women's semifinals between Angela Guan and Grace Yang. Obviously some controversy for those who have been following the stream with Wang Chen defaulting her last round match. Wang Chen, of course, the semifinalist on day one, ended up injured on day two and defaulted here today. But it opens the door, Matt, and in many respects, the women's draw, outside of the Wang Chen issue, has played out to form. Lily Zhang taking day one, Jennifer taking day two. So in many respects, it has played out to form. The men's side, wide open, and I know we'll promo the men's match later, but here you have Angela Guan, of course, the chopper out of California. We talked about this yesterday, one of the probably the top defensive female in the United States against Grace Yang. Grace's sister, Rachel, is also a defender, modern defender, who played Angela in the last round. They ended up going to expedite. What are we looking forward to in this match?
Well, I've seen these players play against each other before, and the contrast in styles can make it difficult for both players. I feel like Angela played a really great game yesterday. She did really well to make the final, and she played exceptionally well in the final. She might not have won, but she's going to bring a lot to this game, and she's got to feel like she has a chance here today, especially coming through the draw past, without having Wang Chen in the draw.
It changes the dynamic for her.
That's right. It's going to be very interesting to see how she handles Grace's style. A player who plays with short pips on their forehands going to have a little bit more kind of security in their game, because the short pips will take the spin off the ball when they're playing against chop. So I think we'll see a very steady game from both players, but when the opportunities come up, Grace is really going to be looking for chances to hit through Angela where she can.
So, Brian, we're also joined alongside Brian Pace, the head coach here at Triangle Table Tennis. Brian, welcome back for our last day here. It's sort of sad.
Thank you, Gordon. I wish it wasn't over.
So, Brian, a lot on the line here for Angela. If she wins, she qualifies. There's no way that if she wins and makes it to the finals, it doesn't matter what happens for her in the final. She's got enough points to move on. Tell us what the mindset is, Brian. You've been a coach for a long time. You're the head coach here at Triangle Table Tennis. What's the mindset for Angela as opposed to Grace?
Well, I think yesterday what she experienced playing Jennifer might have been the pinnacle of her extending how good she could possibly play. The only problem is she's dealing with a person that has short pips, so a lot of those high balls they're going to be played differently. Yesterday, when Jennifer wasn't able to smash, those balls are smashable. So I just think that's going to change the dynamic of the entire match.
All right, guys, so here we go. Women's semifinals, day 3 of the tournament. Trip to Dusseldorf on the line for Angela, possibly a trip for Grace. Already, Matt, we're seeing Grace very strongly favoring the forehand, whereas yesterday we saw Jennifer pushing a little bit more. Grace with the consistent loop.
I think you can already tell this is going to be a different match, because Jennifer never attacked more than twice, and she just did 5 attacks in the first point.
Yeah, I mean, Grace she's going to look to utilize the short pips to her advantage, so we are going to see her playing a lot of forehand across the table.
Brian, we haven't seen Grace push at all yet. It's been all forehand loop the whole time.
I think playing that style is going to make it much easier for her. Angela to adapt to the frequency of her attack. It took her 2 games with Jennifer to get it.
Angela.
And that was with Jennifer doing a lot of pushing.
So you saw Grace attack a little bit more linear, less of a loop, a little bit more linear with force.
Right. And one of the things Angela's going to have to watch is Grace's paddle when she's either going to drop or she's going to keep it up. You could see there while she's preparing for her forehand shots, when her paddle drops, there's a lot higher arc on the ball. Whereas if she keeps her paddle up, she's going to try and drive forward through the ball a lot more.
Angela there stepping around, and we've talked about this quite a bit about Angela. She's a little bit more of a modern defender. She's not afraid to attack when she sees an opportunity and finding a window.
She's a lot more comfortable finding those small spaces to make a counterattack.
So, Matt, we're seeing Angela get a little bit more settled in back from the table as opposed to yesterday when we saw her playing Jennifer, with Jennifer pushing a lot more. Was that to Angela's advantage or to Grace's advantage that she can back her off the table?
I mean, it really depends. It depends on what kind of strategy the players are employing. And the further back from the table Angela plays from, the more likely that Grace is going to keep trying to drive her and to really hit through the ball. And then at the same time, if Angela can manage to push Grace back off the table, which is a very difficult task, it takes the pressure off and the edge off her forehand.
There we saw Grace trying to attack twice consecutively with the pips as opposed to the loop, Brian. Is that something we're going to see more often?
I think she's looking for the ball to be between the height of her shoulder. I mean, her elbow and her shoulder, so that she can do more smashing. She's looking to smash, but she'll do loop in the meantime. That's what she's looking for, is to get that smashing. It's a lot more difficult to return.
So Angela out to a 7-5 lead here in the first game. This is the women's semifinals. Again, to remind everyone, if Angela wins, she moves on to the finals and an automatic qualification spot on the world team. There was the first time, Brian, that we saw Grace pushing back. Is it harder to push with the short pips?
It's more complex because the pips are a little bit more temperamental in the ball travel. So
there we saw Angela really sort of her taking her second chance on a ball like that. We saw her score earlier in the match, and this time she just missed it long.
that's the one she's looking for.
You're looking for something a little bit higher. Same
She
spin.
wants to drive it, so between her elbow and her shoulders is a good enough height for her to drive the ball.
Grace not afraid to take chances here in game one, and That time, Matt, we didn't see Angela really get settled back.
Yeah, and I think it's very systematic of Grace, and she's kind of throwing low trajectory and high trajectory topspin balls to try and pop up that chop a little.
So Grace Yang takes game 1 here in the women's semifinals against Angela Guan, 11-8. What are we seeing?
I think Grace did a really good job of when when she's settling into these rallies, she's not playing the same ball over and over again against the chop. She is playing a little bit lower to the net and then playing with a little bit more topspin, and she manages to get quite a good arc on that ball. And it's going to be a challenge for Angela to kind of adjust her chop so she's able to keep that higher arc ball low when she plays back over the table.
Brian, is it adjustment time, or is this... I heard yesterday Ed Hogshead, I was talking to him after the matches, and he said for a lot of choppers, the first 2 games are really not that important. It's more the wins and losses for a chopper or a modern defender in the first 2 games aren't as important as getting comfortable with spin and speed.
Yeah, that's correct. It takes about 2 games to kind of understand the frequency of that player's loop so they can start to fine-tune their adjustments and understand when there are openings to make attacks. So the first 2 games, Jennifer played perfect. In game 3, you saw Angela just shifted it, and that's when the terrain of the match completely shifted. And I think it's going to happen here also.
So
Grace is making it easy by just coming straight forward.
From our angle and the angle of people watching at home, Matt, it was a great opportunity to see 3 really distinct playing motions, right? So forehand loop, the push, and then the smash or the kill.
Yeah, I mean, from this above angle, slightly more above angle on the stream, it's hard to see the trajectory of the ball. There's a lot of different variations in play here.
I'm just talking, Matt, from a stroke and technique standpoint. We saw on the forehand loop the paddle going lower under the table. The smash is more of a sort of above the table linear type of stroke.
What I think Angela really needs to try and figure out is she needs to see those telltale signs when Grace is preparing for a shot and maybe look for chances to counterattack or... I mean, you can see right there, the biggest problem for Angela is once Grace gets one of those flat drives in, especially with the short pips, it's so hard to try and control the ball. You don't have time to put any spin on the ball, and Grace is ready for that follow-up straight away.
Here we saw Angela with a beautiful step around to the forehand. But let's contrast this to playing Jennifer, where it didn't seem like Angela really had to worry about that linear high attack. It was more of a, when Jennifer was looping, it was push, loop, and it was more of a consistent loop as opposed to forehand smash versus forehand loop.
Jennifer made it pretty simple just because she never really did a smash. She would provoke the smash if the ball was really high. So what you're seeing here is Grace really trying to provoke a high ball just to get that first smash.
Yeah, I mean, I think Angela, instead of kind of waiting for that higher arc ball to come and she's trying to control it with the chop, I think she needs to look at her possibilities of countering, and if she can look at when the ball's arcing high and when it's arcing low and kind of learn the patterns, she might be able to counterattack more frequently.
Guys, Grace has not hit more than 1 or 2 backhands, and they've both been pushes to this point. Is that Angela intentionally getting her to loop, or is that Grace just being so strong with the forehand that she's controlling the angle of the ball that's going to come back to her?
I think Grace is being just one-dimensional. And just like what Matt said, I think if Angela can start to see when to make counterattacks, because Grace just keeps attacking. So she's going to open up opportunities for her to be able to find which is the counterattack. Even the counterattack that Angela did, Grace didn't touch the ball because she wasn't ready.
It's fun to watch how quick, we saw this with Kunal yesterday too, how quick Grace's hands are. It's just such a
quick
almost
release,
effortless flick of the wrist on that straight shot, that straight short pip shot. Of course, Matt, we saw there, we had a great angle at that. Grace serving with the inverted and then twiddling to with the forehand serve and twiddling.
You'll see that as quite a common thing with short pips forehand players. It can be very difficult to impart a decent amount of spin using short pips on your serve. So twiddling after the serve and using inverted for the serve is relatively common.
So Angela taking a 10-3 lead here in game 2. Angela, of course, down 1-0.
I think she's already adjusted. I think of the 3 points that Grace won, there were 2 smashes that Angela didn't touch the ball. So she really didn't get anything besides 2 winners that she got past Angela.
It's interesting to me, Brian, how, and maybe this is a result of Angela forcing this, how little diversity there is to Grace, what Grace is able to do right now. It's loop or kill, an occasional push, but not a lot of diversity to the shot selection.
I don't think it's that simple. It's not just about shot selection. It's about the variance she makes in her shot, and you can see when she is forehand looping, and it's good that she can play a consistent level of forehand looping, that sometimes she's putting a little bit less spin on, sometimes she's kicking the ball up higher. She is making changes to try and open up the chance for her to drive through the ball more.
See, what I think Grace did is she made it easier for Angela to adapt, because Jennifer yesterday did more pushing and looping and more backhand looping. There was more shot variety, which made it harder for her to adjust. Well, Grace just came right at her, that allowed her to acclimate faster. That's why I think we saw a quicker turnover and a lopsided score for game 2.
So just to remind everybody, we are streaming live on YouTube, on usatt.org, on Facebook. Matt, I'll do your duty and remind everybody, if you are watching on Facebook, don't forget to post questions for us. We're happy to answer them. One thing we haven't talked about yet is equipment, Matt, and I'm going to ask you that after this point. So, Matt, what type of equipment? We know that Grace is playing, she's a butterfly-sponsored player. We know that she's playing with short pips on her forehand, probably Tenergy on her backhand. And Angela, also a butterfly-sponsored player, twiddles a little bit more than what we're seeing.
From here, I can see that Grace is using the Zhangjiake Super ZLC blade. She's quite an offensive blade, but it does have a large sweet spot, so you can get very good touch for the ball. Did a really great job of retrieving that ball.
I think she's starting to get better at even retrieving the smashes.
And it looks like Angela's using a butterfly juicer hook defensive blade.
Matt, is she playing with feint long? I mean, we saw yesterday her attacking a couple times with her long pips with her backhand. Does that mean that there's sponge there, or is she playing a
sponge? Yeah, there is sponge. I feel like right now Grace is not really getting her paddle up high enough on those higher balls. She seems to be coming up from under the ball a little bit, and it's just driving the ball over the end.
It looks like she's still in the loop position and deciding to make the smash a little late in the shot selection.
And it's a difficult thing in terms of confidence as well, because that flat drive smash ball for Grace is really her biggest weapon for finishing off points, and if she gets to the point where she starts missing a few, it can have a bit of a confidence drain.
What I think is interesting that we saw right there is that a lot of Grace's smash seemed to be right at the body. She's not trying to move Angela to the corners, more right at the body.
Yep.
So Angela taking a 6-2 lead here in game 3. Brian, Angela is looking pretty comfortable right now in terms of her playing style and in terms of the pace and the cadence of the game.
If I was Grace, I would have watched the match last night on YouTube or Facebook with her playing Jennifer, because this strategy, I think, is too easy. It's too straightforward for Angela. She doesn't have to move. She can just stay in her position and move side to side, and Jennifer had her in and out constantly. First backhand loop.
Just minimal number of backhands in general.
Incredible recovery.
Incredible recovery. You're exactly right. Sorry, Brian.
No problem.
You just beat me to it.
Really solid commitment to the point.
Again, there we saw very effective with the linear smash right at the body, Brian.
Yeah, you got to give Grace credit for being diligent and just continuing to attack and finding that open spot, because it's mentally and tactically exhausting. Jennifer chose her shots yesterday. She do 5 pushes in 1 loop. And what you're seeing here is 5 or 6 loops and maybe 1 push.
You can definitely see there's quite a clear adjustment in Angela's chop, in that sometimes when the ball's kicking up more, she's really driving her body weight forward to keep that ball low. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, catching it. And Matt, tell me a little bit about the difference between the spin from a Tenergy chop as opposed to a long pips chop, and how hard is it to adjust to that?
I mean, it depends on the player. There are some players that are more effective at chopping with their long pips. Wow.
But we saw in that last point, Matt, that Angela will chop with the black on her forehand.
She will, but you can sometimes see that the ball kicks up a little more. Sometimes it's a little bit higher. It can be harder to control.
There we saw, Brian, for the first time, Grace attacking wide to the forehand, and Angela was there with the response, where as Angela struggled maybe a little bit with the attack at the body.
Yeah, that was the first time that you could see Angela put a forehand on the ball that had it kick with spin, and that's why Grace missed that second return. Attack to the middle again.
She's having success there.
Right.
The opportunities for her to play those shots are becoming less and less, though. You can really see Angela just doing really well. She's doing really well to keep that ball lower. And the placement as well. You know, she's moving Grace a lot more around the table, and to be able to keep up a full table forehand game is very exhausting.
We've seen through most of this tournament, and even yesterday in her loss to Jennifer, Angela playing with a great deal of confidence, and you know, we all agreed after the broadcast last night, Angela played really well in that match.
Absolutely, yeah.
She played better and better throughout the match, and you could see the sense of urgency on Jennifer's face, because she knew she only had one loop in her, you know, at a time, and this is already swung towards Angela because she's already fine-tuned her adjustments to what Grace is doing.
So Angela takes a 2-1 lead, Matt. Is this at the point where Grace and her coach talk about this and say, continue playing your game, no need for an adjustment, you just need to execute a little bit better?
I think the main adjustment's going to be with the shot selection, which balls she tries to execute that flatter hit against, and also maybe a little bit in just keeping her paddle up when she does go for that shot instead of, you know, maybe dropping it a little bit.
So it's not a question at this point for her of strategy, it's more of a question of execution.
Well, I mean, maybe
she should go for.
Like, right, and maybe she will drop in a few pushes to try and figure out how to get that easier ball more frequently. What we're also seeing, and that point is a perfect example, is that Angela's really done well to be able to kind of deal with those flat hits. And even if she can get one back, sometimes the ball's so awkward that it's really difficult to time a return.
Good point.
At the body.
To the middle again. When she makes that first smash, the second one almost always goes to the middle, and she's catching it every time.
And in the last 2 points, Brian, that she's won, she went wide first, got another pop-up, came back to the middle.
Right. See, inside of keeping Angela in her position, she's making her shift. What Jennifer was doing the same thing, but making her have to come in and out, not just lateral.
It's a great setup on that last one. It'll be interesting to see if she does it again.
Very impressed with Grace's poise at this age to sort of stay as consistent. So we saw there at the last second, Matt, Angela twiddle from serving with the pips as opposed to serving with the rubber, which really seemed to catch Grace off guard.
Middle again, yeah.
Really good effort there by Grace to deal with those. I mean, once you get someone a little back off the table and they have time to return that ball, it can be so awkward. Sometimes it bounces up, sometimes it has maybe a little more or even a little bit less spin on it than you might imagine.
So we're seeing Grace come back up 5-2 here in the fourth, down 2-1.
I think that counter opportunity there from Angela was played a little bit late.
Almost like she wasn't completely committed to it. It's the first miss that we've seen from Angela on the defensive play, Brian. I just catch her off in a little bit out of position.
Yeah, I just think she looked like as if she was already prepared to come in, and she didn't make a full attempt at the chop.
And just, again, there seems to be just a little bit of hesitance. She really needs to, I mean, especially for a defensive player, when you play that attacking ball, you have to play 100% commitment to it.
You can tell she's questioning if she should even do it, but she's doing it anyway. I think she feels she needs to attack now, but she's not getting the actual space to execute it.
It seems to me, Matt, that the speed of the ball coming back from Angela, which is not very fast, is almost allowing Grace to say, you know what, I'm going to stay committed to my forehand. I don't need to move around the table a lot.
Middle.
Wow, beautiful point. Oh, great point. Brian, again, you and me on the same page.
Yeah, one wide, one middle. If she gets it back, she just resets.
Just really well set up, really well developed. And you talk about developing a point.
Yeah, Grace really seems to have found a lot of momentum this game, and I think it does come back to her just making changes and finding that right shot selection for her to flat drive the ball, because once she gets that first smash in, she usually does get an opportunity to follow up on it.
So Angela serving down 3-10. So Grace Yang takes game 4,
and she did it in a pretty straightforward fashion by just attacking even more, being even more committed.
Even going back to the first game that Grace won, I felt that this was the first time we've really seen her sort of assert herself in terms of controlling the table. I thought in game 1 she played her game, maybe caught Angela off off guard a little bit here and there. Then had very good success attacking to the body, but I felt like Grace really controlled the table this game.
Yeah, I mean, she's changing her placement, and she's changing the pace of the ball. She's changing the spin, because she really needs that ball that kind of just pops up a little bit. It's a real door opener for her in the rally when she can set that ball up, because it gives her such a great opportunity to finish the point. And when you can flat hit the ball that hard, it becomes very difficult, especially when you're a defensive player, to try and deal with that ball.
You know, what you can see is that Angela's having this game, she had more issues with not stroke management, but position management, because whenever Grace made a good attack wide, she always went back to the middle to make her negotiate getting the middle shot back. And if she got it back, she would just push and reset it again.
So we're coming back here live. This is the women's semifinal of day 3. Hit a little reset button here. It is 2-2-0-0. Grace Yang serving to Angela Guan. Of course, Angela, if she wins this match, she moves on to the world team. Again, Brian, success to the middle of the table.
Making her negotiate is lowering her shot quality.
The body again, Matt.
Yeah, that placement it's just become such a big option for her, and I feel like Angela's in a position where she's kind of letting Grace take that first initiative.
Well, Matt, Grace seems extremely comfortable with that shot. There's no hesitation, no agitation. It's just, it seems like she's very confident as she steps through to that. I don't know what the right term is. It's not a loop. What
Smash.
A kill? What great touch from both players.
Really good play. You can see Angela's starting to try and throw in some different shots. And, you know, even if she waits and picks that ball up on her forehand, as long as she can impart some spin and she can get good table depth, that might be enough to throw Grace off her rhythm.
Angela may be pushing Grace a little bit wider that time.
Yeah, you can see she's always looking for opportunities to kind of catch Grace out of position. It's been very difficult so far for her to find those placements. But, I mean, the main difficulty is both players are playing with pips, and it's hard for Angela to play these consistent rallies. And at the same time, you know, Grace can have confidence that the short pips will really take the pressure off her playing against heavy underspin. Oh, really great shot. And down the line, too. I think we need to see more of these counter-attack opportunities from Angela. And if she can get the ball wide to the forehand or down the line to the forehand, you know, I mean, really unique opportunities that she needs to try and take advantage of.
Again, another rare mistake there from Angela on a pretty straightforward forehand loop.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of opportunities in there where she could have counterattacked, and I think she's kind of sticking to the passive and defensive play a little bit too much.
At the body again.
She recovered the first time. The second time, he got it.
I'm absolutely astounded by the level of patience that Grace plays with.
And not only the patience, but her ability to pinpoint where she needs to hit to catch Angela in the body. I mean, Angela's not in the middle of the table at that point. She's coming across more into her backhand corner. And Grace has done a really great job so far of pinpointing where that elbow is.
Oh, great touch right there. Great
really,
touch.
really
Incredible.
good variation. And you could see again, I mean, 2 or 3 balls at the elbow.
Matt, how much of Grace's patience and her ability to handle the pips is a result of her playing so much with her sister?
I mean, it's got to help to have a lot of practice against the defensive player and against the chopper. It gives you a feel for what kind of tactics you should use and you know, what kind of touch you need for the ball. It kind of alters your muscle memory, and when you get into the situation playing choppers, you can settle into the game a lot earlier. I think we're seeing some very clear kind of momentum from Grace, and she's just done an incredible job of being patient, and then when she gets that opportunity to play so quick, and to be able to hit with real accuracy it's worked very well in their favor.
Most players question their shot selection. She's just doubling down on it.
She caught the edge of the paddle there.
I mean, again, I really think Angela needs to try and look for these countering opportunities, especially when she can recognize that sometimes the ball arcs up a little bit higher. That will be a good chance for her to try and drive through with her forehand.
Great attack.
I can tell you one thing that's really at play psychologically here. Grace so far has been able to get away with continuing to loop at whatever pace and whatever trajectory she likes, and Angela's consistently played defensively. If Angela tries to start attacking those high arc balls, there's a distinct possibility that Grace might kind of put Grace off trying to, play those softer, higher balls, and not only change her game, but possibly force some errors where she might try and play a little bit more forward or a little bit harder and lower trajectory. Great shot, great placement. And we definitely need more of that. If Angela wants to fight into this match, she needs to play more of that kind of tactic.
Grace serving 9-7 here, tied 2-2 in the women's semifinal. I think this is a big point in the match right here.
Timeout.
And somebody else agrees with me.
Somebody else.
You're not the only one there. So if I was in Angela's corner right now, I would be telling her to really focus on when Grace drops her paddle a little bit lower and tries to play that higher arc ball, get ready. If you see an opportunity to play a counter forehand, look for space, get around, and at least put some of the pressure back on Grace.
Take her out of her comfort zone.
Absolutely. I mean, she's developed a really strong rhythm in this match, and it's really helped her game to just be consistent and be patient under very little pressure. Until she can set up the ball where she can win the point. And I think Angela's kind of let that slip by so far, and she's been happy to, chop away, and then it happens, and then, she loses the point on a lot of those occasions.
Well, and we saw it yesterday with Jennifer, that loop and loop and loop and loop, it can be exhausting, but Grace doesn't seem to be having a hard time with the physical demand of what's being asked her.
She's looking for a shot, and to get to that shot, she needs the loop. She needs to get to that smash, and the only way she can get to it, only pathway, is looping over and over and over until she can get one to pop up.
So here we go, Grace serving 9-8 in game 5. Left service. That's a big point for Angela. A very big point.
She did really well there. You could see the first chop that she played really didn't have as much spin on it as Grace thought. When you try and play a slow, high loop against no spin, very hard to control it on the table.
At the body, Brian.
Yep. That's the money shot.
Do you remember the game, the boxing game, right? Body blow.
Body blow.
What was the name of that game?
Punch out.
Punch Out with Glass Joe.
Yes. If you can't beat Glass Joe, then you shouldn't be playing.
There's an
Really
Angela.
great.
Perfect.
That is, I want to see more of that. That's exactly
where she's
what she
having
needs
success.
to do. Right, and we haven't seen it enough during this match for her to take control. And I feel like if she looks for those chances more often, maybe she can get an edge here.
It'll become a more tactically fascinating match if she can implement that more. One thing Angela hadn't done is in that situation just redirect the chop wide to Grace's backhand. She's almost like she's letting her loop continually.
Grace looked hurried on that last ball.
Right, and you can tend to get rushed because the ball that comes back when a chopper's off guard and maybe not in position can be so high
And weird.
and
Harder to navigate to.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so simple, and it's one of those balls that we've seen during this tournament. It's not as simple as it looks, and that's where a lot of those unforced errors creep in.
I think it looks good when it's classic loop versus chop, but the moment that you hit a shot that breaks that rhythm,
Right.
the first thing is getting the footing to get into position for that shot.
So a great job from Angela Guan there to find some composure and take that game 12-10.
I think she's going to counterattack more.
Yeah, I still think that, I mean, she's had so much success, and you can see the counterattack she's made. She goes wide to the backhand, and she goes down the line to the forehand. And especially that wide backhand, Grace has been focused so much on playing forehand across the table. That's just the last place you expect the ball to come. And it's you're not prepared for it.
Just give everybody a quick update over on table 2. Crystal Wong has beat 12-year-old Rachel Sung 4-2. So Crystal will advance to the final of day 3. Interesting scenario. Now, if Angela wins this match, both Crystal and Angela will qualify for the world team. I think we're a long way away from talking about that, though. Angela, of course, with a 3-2 lead here over Grace, but Grace is by no means out of this match.
First time she's missed that middle shot.
It almost looked like her paddle angle changed just
too
slightly.
open.
It was a little open. Yeah. Three straight right at the body, Brian.
Yep.
Flip the top of the net. We've seen a lot of that, Matt, over the last few days.
Yeah, and it's very common for Pips players to kind of clip the net sometimes when they're playing, especially against choppers.
Success with that combination at the body, at the body.
It's hard enough to play it once, but Grace is doubling down and going right back there again.
Especially, Brian, when it's coming back so quickly.
Right.
That time, Matt, you saw Angela sort of float the ball with the inverted. And
Right,
it
and
seemed
she adds a little bit of topspin on it, so there is a
It's
kick.
kicking
that,
a little
you know,
bit. It's a different look that Grace really hadn't seen in this game 6.
Great placement.
She twiddled on that one.
Yeah, she's done really well to, when she gets these opportunities to jam that ball wide into the backhand. Whether she's chopping or coming in and pushing.
This is one of those momentum points, Matt, in the game that we've seen so frequently over this weekend. I think Grace has already
called a timeout.
Yeah, she already used her timeout, Brian. I think in game 2, if I'm not mistaken. Steve Banco.
Just wanting her to throw that ball up a little higher.
I like, Matt, that it's a warning as opposed to an immediate penalty. I think, particularly for younger players. So I think Angela now has been able to reassert herself back into this game to take a commanding 7-2 lead, of course, here in Game 6. There we saw for the second time this match, her changing it up and pushing more, flat hitting more with the backhand and the pips.
Frustrated. She's frustrated now. Her shot selection is a little sketchy now.
Don't forget, by the way, after the match, stay with us, Brian, on court.
We'll be interviewing the winner.
So Angela now 1 point away from Worlds. Matt, I mean, this is her
So if she wins this, she's automatically in.
It's correct, because she would then have two finals appearances, which would qualify for her.
At the least, I mean, very possible that she could directly qualify as well. So, guaranteed.
Well, actually, if Angela wins this, both of the players in the finals are automatic qualifier for Worlds. So, I'm sure Crystal is sitting there watching, hoping that Angela finishes this out. And Grace is not going away quietly.
And Angela will take the timeout.
Just to get a breather.
Interesting timing for that, though. I mean, you'd think, granted, it's only 2 points. She's still up 10-40.
That's the way to stop the run.
Yeah, I mean, you want to stop it before it becomes a real pressure point. Right now at 10-4, it might not seem that threatening, but if you leave the timeout and you wait till it gets to 10-7 or 10-8,
it's too close.
The momentum's changed, and and there's a lot more a feeling of pressure.
Like yesterday, Kunal could have used that timeout right when Kanak was making that run. He didn't have it, so he had to just he had to play it out.
Right,
and
and
in this situation, she can stop her, kind of put her on ice.
You don't want to wait until 10-8 or 10-10.
So you see Angela Guan talking to her mom, her coach, Kathleen Chen, who I know has spent a lot of time training with Angela and travels with her quite a bit all over the world. And really, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Matt. Not a typical American player. She's one of the few modern defenders, particularly in the United States, on both the men's and women's side. And for somebody that age to show that level of patience, to be that type of player, takes a lot from a coaching standpoint and a maturity standpoint. So Grace to serve down 4-10. It is match point in game 6. Grace now with 3 straight points. And she just got the ball and said, I'm ready to go again. Turn around and... Oh, and that does it. Angela Guan has qualified for the Worlds with an impressive 6-game win over Grace Yang. Matt, I'll tell you, I was very impressed with Grace even in the loss. I thought she played really well, took advantage of opportunities, had a game plan and a strategy, and executed on it.
Yeah, and I think she came out of the starting blocks really strong, and there were definitely moments of that match where she really played very, very well thought out table tennis. She played with a lot of patience, and she didn't lose the intensity in her game. She was always looking for those opportunities to attack, and yeah, to her credit, she played very well.
And I think it bodes well for the future of USA table tennis that somebody of her, at her age, I believe 14, 15 years old, is very competitive with really again, we've talked about this a number of times, the top modern defender in the game. somebody who's competed internationally quite a bit. I think that bodes well for USA table tennis in the future.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're going to take it to courtside with Brian Pace, who's with our winner and our world team qualifier, Angela Guan. Brian, take it away.
And we are live, and I'm here with
Angela Guan.
Angela Guan. But I was going to start with saying, member of the team.
Thanks.
She's going to Germany. Congratulations. Now, the first question I want to ask is, how was this match different yesterday with Jennifer, that's a classic looper, versus a pips player?
This match was definitely challenging because she's a short pips style, and I think there's less spin on the ball, and she could smash.
Right.
So I think I was pretty defensive.
Right. Now, what we noticed yesterday is you did more counterattacking. Did you find that it was more difficult to counterattack today?
I wanted to be patient first, but since short pips, the loop isn't as spinny as inverted, I took the opportunity.
Okay. Now, I know that your mom is your coach. I have a question. Did you decide early on you wanted to be a defensive player, or did you start off attacking?
I started with long pips because my mother and my grandfather are both long pips. And plus I started late. I started when I was 12, so I wanted to be a chopper.
Okay, great. I'll let you go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay. One take pace out.
So we'll be coming back in 10 minutes with the men's semifinals here on Court 1, Kanak Ja and Gal Alguetti. Men's semifinals in about 10 minutes.
Coin toss. Luke, receive. I'd like to receive. You serving that side? I want us to wait 1 minute. So you can talk to your coaches still.
We are back here live at the Triangle Table Tennis Center in Morrisville, North Carolina for the men's semifinals of day 3. Guys, massive implications in these next 2 matches. Here on court 1, we're going to have Kanak Ja and Gal Alguetti, and on court 2, Sharon Alguetti is going to be taking on Nikhil Kumar. Matt, with a win, Kanak moves on and will guarantee a spot on the world team because he'll have 2 finals finish. If Gal is able to execute his game, play his game, which we've seen has developed a lot over the last year, if Gal is able to come back and win this, it would throw everything into a tizzy because it would essentially create a 3-way tie in the finalist category, which means that we're going to stick around probably for another hour and play a play-in match.
I think, we've seen Gal play some incredibly close but really well fought matches, and I don't think it's completely out of the question here, if he plays his best game, that he could really put some pressure into this match.
And Gal, Matt, you've seen Gal play a lot. He plays quite a bit up in New Jersey. We saw him have a very strong Nationals last year, a good U.S. Open last year. He has a very diverse game that has developed quite a bit over the course of the last year. He was never seen as typically a power player, more of a defensive. I saw him fish a
little more passive.
A little more passive, blocking, let you generate the power. But this weekend we've seen him sort of develop that side of his game quite a bit more and not afraid to take chances.
Yeah, I mean, he has played on occasions with a little bit more aggression, and especially when he's opening up the opportunities, he's been going for these finishing shots where, I think it just shows that he understands the importance of every match, and it shows that there's a lot of maturity developing in these young players in these types of events.
So, Brian, we've seen Kanak play quite a bit this weekend, all 3 days here on court 1. I think one of the things that we can all sort of agree on is that he has not put together a complete, what you would call in the NFL, a 60-minute match yet. We've seen flashes of really
he's shown up
play.
70% of the time, or made a hard press at the end like yesterday, but he hadn't showed up the entire match yet.
Here we saw Matt Gal really sort of staying up at the table, really wide stance, and moving Kanak around the table and using Kanak's spin to his advantage.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Kanak tactically plays this match. I know a lot of his better matches this tournament have been really well thought out and calculated. He'll be looking for tight plays and good placement, not necessarily trying to overpower someone like Gal, who might, does well to retrieve a lot of balls.
So Kanak serving up 3-1. We're early in the match here. Of course, the ball coming into the court with Gillette. Gal getting here, having to come through Nicholas Teo in the quarterfinals. Nick, of course, the semifinalist on day 1. So this has not been an easy pathway for Gal to get here, and he's won some very impressive matches through the weekend.
Solid table tennis.
And again, there you saw Gal sort of his game developing more. I thought he did a great job of moving the ball around the table, attacking when he needed to attack, and maybe taking a little bit off when he needed to take a little bit off. I thought that was very impressive and very mature from him.
Well played, Rally.
great backhand there.
Yeah, I mean, during this tournament, we've started to see him swinging more at those balls where sometimes he might usually play a little bit softer and play the block or maybe even punch. He's really done well to develop that stroke over the course of the last 3 days.
Oh, left service. Again, the ball toss.
6-2.
Slightly too big a swing there. He's going to have to find the right balance between controlling with his elbow and you know, not taking too big a swing from the shoulder where you can lose a lot of accuracy.
I don't mind that though, Matt. I don't mind him saying, you know what, I'm going to come out and play and I'm gonna try and take a more aggressive play because I know that you know, this is an aspect of my game that I've been working on.
Because he has so much range with being passive, he can filter in more power in a much more conservative way without it risking his overall game.
So Canuck with an opportunity to close out here in game 1, 10-2. Just seemed to catch the edge of his paddle there, and the ball flying long. Gall serving here, down 4-10, game 1. There we saw it again. That's a part of his game that he has clearly worked on and developed that we didn't see last year from him.
Yeah, I mean, particularly more on his backhand. But yeah, this slightly more powerful countering from him is definitely a more recent development.
So Canuck takes game 1, 11-5. Brian, this is a point in the match, even though it's early, where we'd like to see Canuck stay with this mentally. We talked in the pregame about maybe some struggles of putting together a full 60-minute game. This seems to be a really good point to not let Gall back into the match.
Yeah, I think this game kind of stamps a label on how he wants to have his approach follow this same format for the entire match. When you look at that first great rally where Gall beat him down the line with a backhand, I thought it was going to be a tougher game, but Canuck was able to just turn it around and run it out.
It seemed to me, Matt, that Canuck played within himself that game. Let Gall make some mistakes,
right?
You know,
and I think this is also a style matchup which kind of complements Canuck's game. He can deal with this kind of medium pace rallying and just exert more control. And I think he's done a better job of controlling points this tournament than maybe opening up and attacking and being more aggressive himself. Where, you know, sometimes he's lacked the pace or the power to be able to finish those rallies off.
Back-to-back wide, strong power forehand to Canuck's wide forehand, and Canuck hasn't had an answer there.
He lost his game, but he lost the first game, but Canuck didn't put a ball by him. So now I think he's just going after him.
I think that these 3 or 4 points are important for Canuck. You know, he wants to
kind of set that tone.
Set the tone of control the game, control the table. Not let Gall back into this early. Oh, great backhand, right down the line.
You see Canucks really making an effort to expose those wider angles, especially when Gall comes across the middle, to be able to play out wide onto that backhand courts, inducing a weaker backhand shot.
Again, we're seeing the service rule. thought Gall did a great job moving the ball around the table on that last
Kept
point.
exposing the angle.
Backhand, forehand, wide.
Yeah, I think both players are really going to be looking for strong placement games. Neither of them are hugely, overwhelmingly powerful players. They're really going to be looking for gaps and creating space in the table.
That time we saw Matt Gall going back to the body with the forehand as opposed to wide. Is that because Canuck was backed off the table so far?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when you want to expose those wide angles, a lot of the time it's good to try and catch their balance off in the body first. Once you can shift their balance in a particular direction, it exposes the wings a little bit more.
That forehand flip that we just saw from Canuck Matt just now was a shot that he was missing over the first 2 days. He was hitting that ball long, clipping the net. He seems to be making that shot today.
You see some frustration there from Gall, especially when the other person is playing passively and when maybe you're not as comfortable being the attacking player to miss a shot where you're almost in position and control.
Nice job by Gall moving Canuck off the table and then putting that home. But it's a good point, Matt. Canuck is playing in control. He's not trying to overpower Gall. And for somebody like Gall, who traditionally has been seen more as a passive player, the need to play more aggressively might be a little hard for him right now.
So I've just clipped the edge there. Yeah, I mean, so far Canuck, you know, at that 70% game that Gall has, Canuck's able to handle that and just steady control, very steady control. And if he can make the placement so that Gall goes back and tries to play a bigger shot, it's even better for him.
Yeah, great block. And that's the kind of play that Gall wants. He wants that heavy, strong loop right into his body where he's moved Canuck all the way to the left side of the table so he can push it back to the right.
Right, and both players are kind of geared for that more passive game. You've seen sometimes the initiator, who would usually have the advantage, ends up finding himself in a very difficult position after making those attacking plays.
Canuck with a very impressive game 2 to take a 2-0 lead here in the men's semifinals. It's an interesting match for Canuck, guys, because I was just thinking about the match. If Canuck wins this match, he's in. Again, just like Angela in the last match, 2 finals appearances is going to guarantee him that spot, irrespective of what happens in the finals. I'm sure he'll be the first to tell you he's going to go out and win that final because that's what he's here for.
Right, and it'd be interesting to see if he does get to that final stage, how the dynamic kind of change and pressure will affect him, because I feel like during this tournament he has kind of felt a lot of pressure against players that, you know, he's been training overseas. His level of training has been higher, and sometimes that creates a kind of expectation to come back to your home country where, you know, you might feel like you have an advantage and have difficulties with these players. And yeah, I think overcoming the mental pressure has been a big challenge for him so far this tournament.
So Canucks serving 2-0. Men's semifinals of day 3.
1-0.
Canuck with a great wide block to his forehand. Comes right back with a similar shot, Brian, right back to the backhand.
I think he's letting him open up to try to make a counterattack, very similar to what he did yesterday with Canal.
So Canuck jumps out to an early 4-0 lead. Brian, this is an opportunity at 4-0 to really
Run away with it.
deal the knockout
Yeah,
blow.
really run away with it mentally, tactically, emotionally.
A great first block from Gall, but popped it up. And Canuck able to take advantage of it. Canuck looks really intense today, doesn't he? More so than I've seen him over the course of the weekend.
It is not win. It's not win or come back tomorrow. It's win or go home.
This is a point, Matt, where Gall really needs to get his emotions under control.
Yeah, I mean, when your game's so steady, you can't afford to get negative or to get agitated. You've got to kind of keep that patience, and I mean, even that ball, I feel like
See, his body language has changed.
Yeah, he's kind of getting distracted from his game plan.
Again, the same thing just happened right there, right? You can see it. You're right, Brian. In his body language, hanging his head a little bit.
He's more frustrated now. And with his game being so passive and tactically aware, he can't afford to play risky at all.
That's 3 balls in a row, Matt, that he's hit right off the table, off the server, off the service return.
Yeah, and you can see Canuck serve long there. He's almost being smart and baiting Gall to take that opening shot. Because when you start getting frustrated, often, even without noticing it, you will start to tense up, and it makes those kind of softer openings or short pushes a little bit harder to execute.
Yeah, Gall is just trying to finish this game and get it over with.
It's interesting. You can tell, Brian, because he gets the ball, he turns around and serves.
Right.
Gets the ball and turns around and serves.
He's not doing his normal stop and focus and assess. He's just saying, this game is a wash. Let's get into game 4.
Meanwhile, I think that this could be a chance. It could have been a chance for
him to
score
make a
couple
momentum
points.
run. Right.
Matt, I believe we had a question from Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, about the men's team composition. Is that right?
Right. So I had a couple of people inquiring as to how many spots the men's team have.
So as a member association of the ITTF, you're automatically awarded 3 spots in the World Championships. Very happy to say that you will be representing New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, as one of the 3 spots. So we automatically get 3 spots. You get 1 additional spot for every player in the top 100. So on the women's side, Lily Zhang was 92nd or 87th in the world on the January ranking. So we do get a 4th women's spot.
Right.
Jinxing Wang, who won the U.S. Open last year,
right,
was 92nd in the world in the January rankings. And although he's not qualified to play in the ITTF World Championships, the ITTF gives you the extra spot anyway. Because
so the men have four qualifying spots.
The men have 4 and the women have 4. be interesting, Brian, to see if Gall can mentally get back into this game. I think we both.
If Connaught gets one or two more points, I think he's going to run away with it. If he can, he's calling the timeout now just so he doesn't get down.
And Matt, we've seen the Alguetti brothers. We all know about them as players. We've seen them battle back from this situation before throughout the weekend and in their playing career. I think the key here for Gall is to really collect himself and really calm himself down.
Yeah, and I think part of his frustration, or a lot of his frustration, is not really knowing how to go about playing against a Canucks strategy that he's kind of imposing on him. And he needs to be able to find that game plan so he can work his way back into the match and maybe restore a bit of his confidence.
If I'm not mistaken, Gall beat Connaught on day one.
I could take a look at that. That's a great point, Frank.
I think he beat him on day. That was an upset of day one. I think there was 7 games, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was Adar that beat him.
Adar, okay.
On day one, Gall lost to Nicholas Teo, who went on to play in the finals, losing, of course, to Adar.
Okay.
Again, we see Gall's sort of body language.
He's more nonchalant.
Yeah, and he's basically saying, I'm going to take this on the third ball return, or I'm going to go home. But that was a good shot right there, good backhand. Not typically his game.
What you're seeing is more frustration that tactically Connaught has control over the match.
So I think this is a really good point right here and a good opportunity if Gall is going to climb back into this match. We've talked a lot of this weekend about the difference between 6-2 and 5-3. Probably overexerting himself a little bit there. Brian, I've been in this situation, not at this level, of course, but been in this situation like Gall is in right now, and I can. It's very hard to regain your focus right now.
Yeah, once you're a part of somebody else's momentum run, and it's not just mentally, but it's tactically, then you're just a passenger.
And it's almost like at this point in the match, Connaught is taking advantage of that.
Right.
Basically saying, I'm going to let you overhit.
Right.
I'm going to let you do all the things that have gotten you to a 9-3 lead, and I'm just not going to push it.
Right.
So Connaught with an opportunity to close this out and qualify for Worlds back-to-back years.
So if he wins this, he's in automatically.
He's in automatically. He'll be.
But he still has a finals to play. So.
And that does it. Canuck job with an 11-4 win to move on to the finals of day 3. Matt, we're gonna keep it here for a couple minutes while Brian gets his interview set up with Canuck. Matt, this is a big hurdle for Canuck, a huge hurdle that he struggled over the first 2 days. He's finally been able to put it together. I thought that was a complete game, but a game that he wasn't really forced to play 100% of what his game is from a technical standpoint. I thought it was a really brilliant mental game from him.
And tactical as well. And it's a difficult... He played in a way that really forced Gall out of his comfort zone. And, you know, I said in the beginning, both of these players like that kind of controlled rally and looking for placement. And yeah, Canuck did really well to kind of almost goad Gal into forcing himself to play the bigger shots. And
to that point, man, I thought Canuck really took advantage of maybe Gal's, especially in games 2 and 3, Gal's impatience and his wanting to force himself back into the match rather than play his game back into the match.
Yeah, and it got to a point where you almost thought that Gal thought that making those more powerful shots was really his only option, and as the scoreline kind of broadened, he kind of fell into the trap a little bit of forcing himself to play shots that might have been a little bit bigger than were actually necessary.
So we're going to take it courtside with Brian Pace, who's with the 2017 national team member Canuck Ja, coming off a big semifinal win here over Gal Alguetti 4-0. Brian, take it away. Some technical problems, so stay with us for one more minute here.
I am live here with Canuck Ja. Congratulations on your win. This is the first time that we saw you put together a good tactical performance, and more importantly, more of a good mental one. How did this match play out to you?
Yeah, for me, I knew coming into the match, this match was just all about strategy. Because, you know, Gal, he's a tricky player. I've lost him before, and I know he's very consistent, so this match for me was just all about playing the right shots.
Okay, now the finals happens to be a bonus match for you. Any particular player you would like to play against, or it doesn't matter?
No, for me, it doesn't matter. I think both players on the other semis are quite strong, so it'll be a good match with whoever I play with.
Okay, so going home for 10 days and then going back to Sweden, you ready?
Yeah, that's the plan. So far, I really enjoyed training in Sweden. It's been really good, but I'm happy to be home now for some days.
All right, congrats for the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you.
One take pace.
One take Pace is back. Matt, this is Gordon Cam back here with Matt Hetherington. We're courtside at table 1. Again, this was a big over-the-hump win for Canuck, qualifying for Worlds for the second consecutive year.
Right.
So many accolades for him. Youngest male Olympian ever, youngest World Cup player ever. Now he has an opportunity to go back to Worlds over in Germany. I felt like this was a really big day for him.
I think he really transformed his game to focus more on what he's really been capable of doing, not just as a whole, but, you know, he's kind of recognized where his game form has been at over these past couple of days, and instead of, you know, trying to force himself to maybe play a better game, he's really focusing more on how he goes about using what he has right now to win matches.
So, and I thought Gal had a very impressive 3 days. We saw a lot of dimensions from his game, a lot of development in his game that we haven't necessarily seen before. A little bit more offensive, not afraid to attack a little bit more. You think back to Nationals last year where he beat Tim Wong, I believe it was at Nationals, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Nationals or the Open?
It was the Nationals.
At Nationals when he beat Tim Wong,
yeah.
Where he was more of a passive player, using Tim's more aggressive game to his advantage. We've seen more dimensions from Gal over the course of this weekend that we've been both very impressed with.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, and it's a subject we've talked about on a couple of occasions this week, is this strong bond between the three brothers, the three Alguetti brothers, and how they are constantly competing with each other. And what you'll find is once you get to the higher levels and games develop, you can't really afford to be too passive. And, you know, with even his brother Sharon, who's starting to develop a much more powerful game, you know, when they're practicing together, maybe he can't afford to be that passive player anymore. And, you know, that the three of them together, I've said it before, they really work hard because they know that by competing with each other, it's not about one of them becoming the best. They're really trying to lift each other's games.
And one of the things we really like about the Alguetti brothers, Adar obviously qualifying on day one, Sharon with an opportunity to qualify on day 3, Gal with what I think he's going to be disappointed with as he looks back on the match because he let his emotions really take over. But he's going to be there in his brother's corner, cheering Sharon on, really pushing Sharon because they are a team. They're Team Alguetti, and I think that's one of the things they really strive to. When one succeeds, they all succeed.
Yeah, and that support network, I think, of having the family there and having, you know, I mean, they have a couple of coaches here with them, Corey Ida and one other player that's been here helping them. They have that really strong support for each other, and I think that really helped Adar on the first day bring out maybe some of the best table tennis we've seen him play ever in his table tennis career.
So, Matt, we're going to sign off for about a half an hour. We're going to come back at 6 o'clock Eastern with the women's final. Crystal Wong and Angela Guan. Angela Guan. Not a lot on the line in terms of world qualification, but I think a lot on the line in terms of both of their confidence going into Worlds, both of their finishing the weekend on a positive note.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we'll see everybody back here on the live stream at 6 o'clock. Matt, I think you're going to cut off the Facebook Live.
This Facebook live stream is going to end. We're going to set up a new Facebook live stream for the final session. So keep an eye out around half an hour from now for a new Facebook live stream for the women's and men's final session.
Brian, Matt, we're going to sign off for a half an hour. It's been a pleasure with you here on Table 1.
See you guys in 30.
See you in 30. So we are back here live at the Triangle Table Tennis Center in Morrisville, North Carolina. I am Gordon Kay, joined alongside by Matt Hetherington and Brian Pace, getting ready for what could be the second to last match of the tournament or the third to last match of the tournament, depending on what happens in the men's finals. But this is the women's finals of day 3.
It's the end of the road for the women's event.
This is the last match there will be on the women's tournament, which has been a great tournament, Matt, looking back all the way to day 1 with Lily playing what we felt was a really tactical and strategic match against Wang Chen in the finals, essentially overpowering Wang Chen, I think is a fair representation of what happened on day 1. Jennifer Wu Yue on day 2, really playing her game against Angela Guan. And now we end up here on day 3, Brian Pace, with Angela Guan playing Crystal Wang, while qualification for the Worlds is not on the line. The U.S. will be represented by 4 men and 4 women. Both of these players will automatically qualify for Worlds. You want to leave this tournament on a high note, Brian. You want to leave with the win. It's been a grueling 3 days for both of these players, and the last thing you want to do is walk away with a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, just after the match was over, I talked with Angela, and she said she's not looking at it as if she's already made the world. She wants to play a last great final match, just for her emotional state.
Brian, 2 contrasting styles here. Angela, the defender, Crystal, more of a aggressive. I mean, Crystal's known for her really strong backhand, really more of a power player. We saw Grace Yang and Angela in the last semifinal match. Grace really took her time. We felt Grace played a really great match. Grace with playing with the short pips. What are we going to see from Crystal?
Crystal's a swinger, so I think you're going to see a inverted looping version of Grace. Yeah, if you look at what Grace did, Grace just kept looping. And I think Crystal's kind of a machine like that. So I think she's just going to keep looping too. So I think you're going to end up in this battle where she may end up allowing Angela to get even more fine-tuned, especially when Angela's match with Jennifer had one contrasting style. And then you look at the match that she had with Grace, it was the pips that changed the style. So you're really going right back to what you saw with Jennifer, but a person that's more diligent in continuing the loop.
Right, and I'll be interested to see how Crystal approaches the match and whether she is able to continue with the attacking strokes, or maybe whether she plays a little more passive and balances out when she attacks and when she pushes. I mean, we saw Amy Wong play against Angela and really play a lot more pushing and a lot more passively than I thought she would have. So I'm interested to see whether Crystal takes the more aggressive high road or if she resorts to maybe being a little more patient and pushing a lot more.
Guys, these two are no strangers to each other. They've met 8 times in the past. Crystal with a 5-3 record against Angela. Angela seems to win at some interesting moments, though. Angela beat Crystal in a 6-game match back in the 2015 national team trials. Angela beat her in 4 back at the 2015 Pan American and national team trials. Crystal, of course, beating Angela at the last women's trial, the women's trials, which was the USATT Women's Olympic Trials, and Crystal was 2 points away from going to the Olympics, losing in the Continental Olympic trial, of course, up in Canada. So they're not unfamiliar with each other, and putting it in the positive,
history.
they're very familiar. 8 matches over the course of the last 3.5 years. They're playing frequently, but they're both playing on a big stage. They both know what it feels like to be here.
Yeah, they remember all of those matches that they played because they were in really high, intense situations. So I think what you're going to see is both of them coming out to play to win.
Yeah, and I think, again, I go back to what we said a few minutes ago. Neither of them wants to leave a grueling competition like this with a loss.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel especially for Angela, who played incredibly well throughout at least the last couple of days, and missed out on that spot yesterday will really, you know, despite the fact that she has a chance to qualify for the team already and has that kind of locked in, she'll still want to bring it home, having worked that hard. She'll want to take the win here today.
So Linda Singh laying down the ground rules as she does so well. Linda, of course, our umpire for today's match, but will also be the referee at the U.S. Nationals coming up in July, which I know everyone is looking forward to. We've got Angela Guan on the near side in the red and gray. Crystal Wong in the black, playing out of Bellevue, Washington. Of course, Angela is coached by her mother, Kathleen Chen, and I believe Jack Wong is in Crystal's corner again for this match. This is the women's final, day 3. This is the last women's match of the tournament. Matt, we've been here throughout the tournament, seen a lot of matches played over the last 3 days. Give me your overall thoughts about the tournament format, about the tournament itself, about what we've seen from some of the young players, because it has been an incredible contrast of young versus old here. This young versus older, excuse me, this weekend.
I think it's really achieved something that is a great preparation for an event like the World Individual Champs. You know, where maybe in an event like the World Teams, where you will play a lot of matches kind of regardless of the result, the World Individuals is really focused on how you can perform in that initial qualifying stage, that group stage, and how you play in those, you know, first 2 or 3 matches. So it really puts you on the spot, and each of those matches is so important if you want to progress. And an event like this, where it's single elimination and you're fighting for a spot on the team, really mimics that pressure environment that the players who succeed here are going to be feeling at the event. So it's been the players who have been able to bring their absolute A game that have succeeded here, and you know, they've prepared in the right way, and they've approached the game mentally in the right way, and it's led them to be able to find, you know, their best table tennis across a large number of matches all in a row.
So does the lack of real pressure favor either of these players?
No, they can swing freely.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't feel like Angela's really felt that much pressure, or at least she does very well to stay composed and deal with pressure. So, you know, if anything, I feel like if there is a lot of pressure in the game, it's maybe a little more likely to affect Crystal, who can be a little more kind of laid back or emotional when she misses.
So Crystal jumping out to a 2-1 lead with Angela catching a net there. Crystal taking a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a Grace version, because she's looping every ball. She hadn't done one push yet.
Yeah, I mean, she did a good job of setting that ball up, but
she just didn't
I think,
finish it.
yeah, it'll take her maybe a few of those attempts maybe to really get the timing.
Yeah, find
and
the range.
Yeah.
Probably overhit that ball a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the placement was a little bit more risky to swing out that wide.
Right.
And there's that ball again.
I think for Jennifer and for Grace, they both capitalize on that better than what Crystal's doing right now.
Yeah, I think it'll take her a little while to get into her stride.
Right.
I don't believe Crystal has played against the chopper so far this tournament.
So she's literally finding her range in the first 10 points.
So where we saw Grace maybe more flat hitting that attack ball, we're seeing Crystal try and loop that attack ball a little bit more and getting into some trouble early in this match. And there's Angela. We've talked about her ability as a modern defender to counterattack when necessary. We saw that right there, Matt.
Yeah, and I felt in her semifinal match she kind of lacked the offensive mentality that allowed her to really capitalize on those kind of plays.
When I talked to her in the interview, she said it was harder to counterattack off the pips because the ball was weirder.
There we saw that a number of times over the week. Bumping and even sometimes attacking with the long pips with her backhand.
Really great switch up between shots. And
I think Crystal game is so straightforward and up and down. Angela's already finding her counterattack range in game 1, and she didn't do that in the last 2 matches until game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think especially even that last point was kind of one of the first times we've really seen her stay committed to her attacking game. And you know, I mean, she did get caught in at the table a little bit, but she stayed focused on, you know, making the first attack, adjusting, and then trying to follow it up.
So that's game 1 in the books. Is it what we expected?
I think so far from this tournament that Angela's form has been pretty stable, and I think for Crystal to build into this game, she's going to have to find a lot more consistency and you know,
force it.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the ball looks easy, and it's not as easy as it might seem. But I think, you know, Angela's not going to let the pressure get to her, and she's shown that time and time again. And it's really, you know, it's on Crystal to figure out how she kind of pushes her way back into this match.
Just to remind everybody, Matt has been doing a great job keeping our website updated with results, with live stream.
Yeah, again, I think Crystal's style is so straight up and down. Angela's is much easier for her to choose which balls to attack to catch her off guard. We haven't seen this range of attack.
Great point, yeah, and Angela did a great job of stretching out wide on her forehand there to retrieve one of those balls. I think we can see kind of early on that Crystal wants to make the effort to keep on pressing the offensive.
Again, there we see Crystal maybe overhitting a little bit, not pulling back and focusing on the loop.
She specifically served no spin, and she didn't get the range on her loop, so it just literally flew off her racket.
There we saw Crystal being effective flattening out that hit.
Yeah,
almost like Grace did, flattening it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ball sat up high enough for her to be pretty sure of herself with that shot too. can see even like the really subtle details here, like Angela just taking her time and using her towel break to remain steady.
There we saw Crystal backing Angela off the table and maybe catching her in the middle of the footwork at the body, as opposed to when you're going wider, man, it's giving Angela a little bit more time to react.
Crystal's still done well to kind of stay in this match up to the halfway point.
Considering she's made some big errors, it's only 5-4.
Nice job by Crystal there developing the point, Matt.
Yeah, and she really kind of expanded on her power as she pushed Angela further back, you know, especially on that forehand side where she might not be able to get as much kind of rotation on the ball with the smooth rubber.
Angela catching a net there. Oh.
Looks like that hit the net but didn't go over, so point for Angela.
We saw Angela not afraid to counter there, not afraid to get a little bit more aggressive. And we've liked
Crystal's playing so clean, she's really having to pick her litter.
I was about to say, what I like about what Crystal's doing here in the second game is she's not over-hitting the ball, and then she turns around and over-hits it.
Well, I don't know if she overhit that so much as kind of just mistiming it. I think she's done a good job so far of trying to be steady on her opening ball. The second, those follow-ups and the higher balls, and maybe sometimes as she kind of progressively builds up power. Sometimes the ending shots are not quite.
It's not strong enough, but she's definitely getting the opportunity.
I think one thing that's really kind of played into the match here is Crystal's game is very geared to playing offensive players. Great finish, 11-5 there to take a 2-0 lead. Yeah, I mean, we saw even in Crystal's match with Jennifer Wu yesterday, she really plays effectively when she's able to play over the ball and maybe use her height a little bit to her advantage and play these really fast rallies and play really quickly. Once she gets into the rallies, and now that she's being forced to slow down,
she has to keep generating
her
own power.
Right, and she doesn't have the advantage where her speed might catch people off guard.
It'll be interesting to see if she goes to a little bit more passive game that we've seen has been effective against Angela at times through this tournament. Maybe backing off, trying to loop and attack as much as Crystal has been.
Yeah, I mean, I think she will probably look to focus on how she's attacking the ball. There are some situations where she's trying to press and be a little more offensive. Maybe she'll back off a little and just keep spinning until she's really certain of, you know, taking that chance to hit a little bit harder.
So here we go, guys, with Game 3. Angela Guan with a 2-0 lead. Angela really has had a fantastic, both these players have had good tournaments. I think Angela has had the most consistent tournament of the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the last couple of days. Day 2 and day 3. Just great, really, really great stability. And also, she's kind of just been so stable in her play that no one's really been able to throw her off too much. She's really stuck to her defensive patterns, and she's really achieved a lot of rhythm.
And every once in a while, like you saw, Matt, on that point, she'll mix in a forehand loop, catch her opponent off guard, and has been more and more aggressive through the 3 days with that.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, even on a personal level, her maturity about how she approaches things really kind of shows in her game. Slightly unlucky there. That counter.
Matt, do most choppers prefer to chop with their backhand? Is it just a more natural motion?
Well, most choppers will have the pip rubber, whether it's short or long pips, on their backhand, and it just helps them deal with spin a little bit easier and control the height of the ball. And so yeah, most players, I mean, like you can see Angela moving across the table a lot on her backhand, so she can really utilize that long pips to counteract all the topspin.
Interesting to see the effect of this, the clipping the net on the spin of the ball. You really saw it on that last point, how it changes the spin and caught Angela off guard a little bit. It almost seems, Matt, like the backhand chop does have a different spin, and it's almost, I'm not going to say it's easier. Nothing's easy to attack. The looping, the return of the forehand chop just is slightly different.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a completely different ball, and a lot of the time when players are looping to the forehand, it's a lot harder to control the spin. Really good finish, yeah. It's a lot harder to control the spin with the inverted rubber than it is with the pips. So often you get the ball maybe a little bit higher or a little bit slower from the inverted side.
So here we are, the towel break, the 6-point towel break.
That's what Crystal's comfortable with. Even if Angela's hitting with long pips, she's just comfortable just exchanging quickly like that.
Even though she lost the point, I really liked her approach. Attack hard, then back off with the loop.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to know like when the good time is to press, and then maybe step back and then try and press again, just so you don't kind of hold too much of a constant rhythm.
Yeah, the worst thing to do for a chopper is to show them the same frequency loop every single time. It'll just get progressively worse as the match goes on.
Yeah, Brian, it's a great point, and we saw that in Angela's match with Grace, where Grace almost became a little bit predictable.
Right, she just kept doing so many attacks that she just allowed her to fine-tune.
So here we are, Angela serving down 3-7.
Really great return. Great anticipation for her to be able to see that ball and get out to it. It's probably one of the things I've been most impressed with Angela is just she really hasn't buckled under any of the pressure. Her opponents have worked really hard to change their game styles and mix their shots up and use a lot of variation, which is a common tool against choppers, and she hasn't really been thrown off her game. She's found a way to deal with it.
Wow, what a finish. What a finish.
Great play by both players. I mean, for Angela to kind of deflect that ball off her backhand. Such a great range of strokes at show here. Had a little bit more time with that forehand chop. You know, if you can,
side spin
yeah, she added a lot more spin than maybe Crystal had thought.
Seems that Crystal has been effective this game at making Angela use the forehand chop as opposed to relying so much on the backhand chop.
Yeah, well, I mean, and she probably is starting to realize, as I'm sure she has in so many of their matches before, that especially right now where Angela's playing so well, there's just so much consistent in that backhand chop right now. Didn't quite get in close enough for that.
I have a question for Andrew Slocum out of Plantation, Florida. He's asking, why don't we have enough or any male choppers in the U.S.? Great question.
I think kind of in previous years, I mean, there's a lot more tendency to focus on playing offensively for male players, and a lot of male players have more power, and they tend to deal with defensive play a little bit easier because they play more from the legs and they do use more weight transfer. Whereas in the girls' game, a lot of the attacking strokes is generated more from the hands.
Upper body.
Right, and some of the female players, especially the younger players, can really struggle with playing against chop. And I mean, we saw Amy Wong in her match with Angela really struggling to consistently be able to keep looping.
Generate power over and over.
Yeah.
Andrew, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the male choppers that you do see, even on the world stage, I mean, we had Wang Wei, who won the US Open this last year. They are a lot more heavily geared to being very offensive on their forehand.
Right.
You just see she didn't really get her leg in behind that ball.
Right, and I think that you can see that Angela, she's starting to put a little extra cheese on that chop. Good shot.
Good angles.
I think Chris is starting to have some issues with her arm whenever she has to swing all out.
Slightly less spin on that chop. One of the great tools of defensive players is being able to impart lots of spin on some balls and then just completely taking all the spin off the ball in the next.
What can be a trick is the attacker really does become complacent because it's on them to keep generating the attack, and the chopper can give them a couple heavy chops and then just float them a no spin, and they just hit it off, and then they realize I wasn't paying close attention.
So Crystal serving down 2-4 here. Second consecutive point we've seen Crystal clip the top of the net with her loop. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a little bit of inconsistency with her weight transfer. Sometimes she's getting below the ball and really driving up. Sometimes she's, not quite applying enough pressure from underneath the ball.
This is where, Brian, we've seen Angela struggle a little bit, is the power loops at the body.
Right.
At the body where she's almost in the middle of backing up. And
Right. She's hadn't quite gotten in position yet.
she hasn't struggled as much with the wide balls because it's giving her more time to react.
Right.
At the body, it's almost coming right. It's not almost. It is coming right at her.
You can see she really got a lot of spin on that first backhand opening.
It'd be interesting to see, Matt, when Angela makes the adjustment to start stepping into balls again, where she's been effective doing that and picking her spots from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty right now for Angela is that Crystal's attack is a lot more powerful than the matches she had to deal with Grace and with Jennifer on previous occasions this tournament. And that kind of forces her to stay a little bit further off the table, which makes coming in, even more difficult.
More
There's
of
a
a
lot
challenge.
there's a lot of footwork to cover and a lot of balance to try and recover as well.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is a contrast between Angela's last two big matches with players that were more consistent and had more pristine shot selection. Crystal's more of a big power hitter, so it's a little bit more of a threat for Angela.
Really like the forehand down the line to set up, coming back with the cross-court net.
Yeah, she's definitely done well to kind of look for placements and combine them with power as well. It makes it really difficult for Angela to kind of keep up on the ball. There you saw again that just slight mistiming of the leg.
And not enough really leg power coming up to pick that ball up.
I think if you look at Jennifer's loop and probably particularly more Jennifer, the lower balls, Jennifer almost never missing because she spun them high.
Well, and Crystal has such strong leg strength, right, that when she's off a little bit with the legs, it can have a dramatic effect on the ball.
Right.
Wow. I mean, such power, Matt. Such power from Crystal.
Right, and you come back to again saying, she does have really great strength in her legs, and it kind of takes the pressure off her having to play through her hands, and she can drive a lot more power into the ball.
Crystal looking a little frustrated with herself right there.
Quite a difficult ball to deal with, that close to the table, long pips block.
If you take a look at Crystal's loop, even when she's driving really good shots, the trajectory is still low to the net. That's what's making, if she's off a little bit, it just nicks the net.
So a chance here for Crystal Wong to draw this match up. Such a solid pickup from so close to the ground, but she wasn't quite able to come in. You could see what her plan was for that ball, but just missed it a little there.
And again, like you said, because Crystal's driving the ball deeper. Angela has a longer travel path to get back to that return that's short over the table.
Well, and she had backed her, Brian, off so far off the table. I thought it was a really good strategic decision at that point for Angela to step into it, but she had backed her so much off the table, it made coming up and getting the footwork correct a little bit more difficult for Angela right there.
Right, and that also, it strongly affects the timing of when you hit the ball. You see a lot of players make errors at that kind of shot making.
Of course, you see Angela Guan talking to her mother, Kathleen Chen, her coach. Crystal self-coaching this match, which I think in a match against the Chopper has to be much more difficult. Then again, look, she's played Angela 8 times. She knows what she's going to get. I think we're seeing a little bit different dimension from Angela this tournament with her flat hitting with the long pips and attacking a little bit more than we've typically seen from her in the past.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, she has also picked up her defensive game, but again, she hasn't really come up against a player so far in the last 3 days that has the kind of power imposed into the ball that Crystal's had. And especially like now that she's combining it with the placement, we're starting to see Crystal take a little bit more control of the match, where she's really trying to drive the ball across to the forehand, where Angela struggles a little more to control it. Then the angle and the power combination she gets back across to the backhand it's been really effective for her.
So it's 1-1 here in the 5th game, 2-2. Angela's serving 2-2 in game score, 1-1 in game 5. I'm Gordon Kay. I am joined with Matt Hetherington and Brian Pace. Brian, of course, the head coach here at the beautiful Triangle Table Tennis Center. This is the final day of the team trials. Both of these players have qualified for the world team and for the national team already. They're playing to finish out the tournament. Very strong tournament for both of them. It's interesting, Matt. Crystal at 14 years old, very tall. Very tall. She can get into a little bit of trouble sometimes when she gets a little too upright.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the same problem with a player like Amy Wong, in that they both, I mean, they tend to use their height quite well to their advantage, and both of them have seen a lot of success on the international stage at the cadet level. I mean, Crystal, number 3 in the world for cadet girls, and Amy, number 4 in the world for cadet girls. It's a very promising outlook for table tennis in the U.S.
Well, and Angela, of course, playing in the 2016 junior circuit finals. There we saw Angela taking a little bit a chance that we haven't seen in a couple games. Obviously missing with that shot. Good, probably a good time to remind Crystal that she does have an offensive part of her game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's good to keep Crystal on edge a little bit.
I think what you'll notice is Angela misses the first couple of attacks until she can kind of find the range. And once she has the range, that's when you'll see she starts to make counterattacks to catch Crystal off guard.
There we saw, again, Brian, to your point, she missed getting some confidence back in the forehand loop.
And she slowed that one down, put a little bit more spin on it. You can see that Crystal kind of overreacted.
Well, and Brian went with a safer play on the cross-court forehand as opposed to the higher risk down the line forehand.
Right. If you're playing a person that's been looping a lot of underspin, the easiest thing you can do to make them make an error is to give them a slow topspin ball, because they've been lifting so many shots that they'll just make a simple error with ball contact.
Angela almost catching in net there. Crystal serving down 5-7.
Crystal seems a little fatigued.
Yeah, I mean, these are players who are you know, they haven't been in this situation as often, and after a long 3 days, it's pretty tough to get to this very final stage and be in your last match.
And Brian, in her defense, I'm fatigued watching this. I mean, the amount of particularly leg strength that's required to play at this level.
7 loops, and she lost a point, and she won it. She still only gets 1 point.
I mean, speaking of fatigue, so impressive the way that Angela's kind of been so consistent in the last couple of days, and she's gone all the way to the final 2 days in a row. She's playing defensively. She's having to move around a lot. She's having to play really long rallies and return a lot of balls, and she really hasn't blinked in terms of,
She's made it look effortless.
Very good point.
She's played these long rallies just time and time again, and she still seems to be kind of, you know, almost at the same energy level as she was when she started.
Her agility level is so high. There you saw her using her backhand to push Crystal out wide to the forehand, not in a chopping motion, but almost more in a pushing motion, which is very
Angela
difficult.
just calls a timeout.
Very difficult, Matt, with those long pips.
Yeah, at the same time, there's also a trade-off where it is a difficult shot to master and to use under pressure, but at the same time, if it plays out the way that it can, usually it is really effective in terms of, you know, it's a very difficult shot to counter drive, where most people see it as a plain hit. It's usually quite dead, and the ball doesn't really play as easily as a lot of players think.
Again, watching Angela talk to her mother, Kathleen, a very important influence in her life, both as a player and a person. I know Kathleen travels with Angela quite a bit, and Angela has played internationally, particularly on the junior circuit, quite a bit. Crystal just back up at the table, ready to go again, toweling off. You're right, Brian. She does look a little fatigued, but like I said, it's completely understandable at this point.
When I look at what Angela's had to do, her job is the chopper, is to basically continue to play until that person misses. And if you look at her emotional state, she's still checked in.
7-9.
Really solid level of power in that first forehand, and a great follow-up.
Just a really good strategic decision to go back to the forehand and then follow it up back to the forehand again. And we're 9-9 tied up here in the fifth. 2-2 in games.
Slip in a quick question here. Tommy off the YouTube feed asking how old the players are. Crystal at the far side, 14, only 14 years of age. Angela, 18 years of age.
So much fun to watch these two go at it like this, in this setting.
That fatigue really showing there as Crystal just
That hand on the hip is indicative, though.
slumped her body on the table after that netball.
Crystal, it looked like she tried to set up the loop with the first push and just didn't
Hesitated.
Didn't get the perfect execution on it, which you really need on that backhand.
Yeah, and I think she kind of lost track of. I mean, maybe she felt like pushing might buy her an easier first loop, but she kind of, I mean, maybe the fatigue is starting to show in her game plan. And at the end of that game, in such a tight spot, you would really think she would try and kind of spin the ball as much as she could and open up those powerful shots, which have been winning her points, as opposed to kind of taking her foot off a little and being a little more passive.
So to give everybody the game reset, we are in the women's finals of day 3. A reminder that both of these players have qualified for the world team and for the 2017 U.S. national team. This is day 3. It has been a grueling 3 days for these athletes. We still have one more match, by the way, coming up, and possibly 2.
That's right, yeah.
We haven't checked with our crack technical team, but I'm going to assume that we will live stream if there is a play-in match at the end of the men's singles. Let's finish up this match. Been a great women's tournament. Angela serving 3 games to 2. Matt, we've seen that a couple of times where Angela will slightly miss long. Is that a stroke issue, or is that caused by Crystal putting something different on the ball?
I'm usually, I mean, Angela's been so consistent during this tournament, so I would say it's a little more at the variance that Crystal's putting on the ball. See those kind of almost basic mistimings. Really a sign of the tiredness starting to show. Yeah,
she's tired.
Yeah, you can see the movement starting to slow a little bit, and
less power.
Yeah, the thing that's really shone through for Crystal when she has managed to take control is the amount of power and weight transfer, but that strain on the leg muscles and consistency required is starting to take effect.
This is the first time we've seen that many pushes. It's almost a carbon copy of what Jennifer started doing.
Yeah, and I think you could see the fatigue in that backhand loop right there. And to what Brian just said, we haven't seen Crystal push this much yet in the match.
Yeah, I feel like it's not really a wise strategy for her. I mean, yes, she's tired. Yes, she needs to try and conserve energy. But, I think if she's pushing, she's almost looking for an easy out. And she did really try and overpower that backhand.
Timeout.
Crystal taking a timeout here.
You can actually almost hear on the net mic there sometimes in these points the players are really kind of breathing quite heavily, and I mean they're really pushing themselves to the limits.
So Matt, let's take a moment to talk about the 3 days of women's trials, and obviously Lily Zhang winning day 1 over Wang Chen. Wu Yue, Jennifer Wu winning day 2 over Angela, and now Angela bouncing back with a really strong day 3. Perhaps catching a little bit of a break with Wang Chen's default. Didn't have to face Wang Chen again. She lost to Wang Chen on day 1 in four games. So it's been an exciting 3 days so far.
Yeah, and the players that have earned their spots in the finals, not just in the women's but in the men's, you feel every day they've really earned the right to be there and to fight for a spot in this national team.
I feel like these 3 points are going to be key for Crystal. I think if Angela gets out to a 6-7-2 lead, 7-3 lead, given the fatigue and given the mental toughness that you need, it's going to be tough for her to battle back. If Crystal can get to 5-4, 4-4 even, say to herself, I'm still in this.
There's no easy pathway for Crystal. She has to win it every time.
But she's
Just
got to
earn
be
it.
mentally tough and physically
Right.
strong here, Brian. She can't give up mentally.
See that little pop up there from Angela. She almost kind of put out the fishing line there and said, here, take the bait. Especially difficult when you're starting to be more fatigued.
Again, not to sound redundant, but I think this point right here is crucial for Crystal if she's going to climb her way back in. I mean, the dexterity and the ease of movement for Angela when she was backed off the table was just
You
tremendous.
guys keep saying something about Crystal being exhausted. Angela has done more work than anybody
In this tournament.
Any
Yeah.
of the women in this tournament.
And the fact that she still has some
That
like,
enthusiasm,
plenty
shit,
left. Yeah,
right.
that she hasn't let it she doesn't let the fatigue show at all in her game or in her body language.
It has to almost be ingrained in the style.
But she also has to be used to this, right? I mean, she
Right,
goes
it's
to
in
the
her
USATT tournament, and she's going to play 7, sometimes 8 matches in a day, in a
From-
24-hour day, by the way.
Right from the beginning,
right
it's
from the
more
beginning.
effort for her.
So I'm not going to say it's easier for her, but it's more
She's
ingrained
become
in her.
accustomed to
Yeah.
it.
And it sort of comes along with the style.
Territory. Hey, you're going to be a chopper, get ready to run.
So Angela's serving at 9-4 with a 3-2 game lead here in the women's finals. And this is going to be match point. Her coach and mother, Kathleen Chen, up on her feet. A chance to win day 3 of the trials. Again, both of these players will move on to the world team, but I think this would be a big win for Angela. As we And that's it, gentlemen. Angela Guan has won 4 games to 2 here in the women's final. Matt, I think we have been both overwhelmingly impressed with Angela particularly over the last 2 days. Big mental breakthrough for Crystal as well. I mean,
Absolutely, yeah, and to her credit, she really, I mean, she pushed herself to exhaustion in that final, and yeah, I mean, both players to get to the end of day 3 and still, you know, have that much fight to give to the matches, it's impressive.
I believe Brian Pace is courtside with Angela. I'll remind you, we're going to take a brief break after Brian's interview, but we will be back in about 10 minutes with the men's singles finals. Kanak Jha playing Nikhil Kumar. There's a lot on the line in that match as well. And we will be back after a break.
And we are live here. Congrats. This is your bonus match. Now, one of the things that we noticed throughout your big matches in the semifinals and the finals is watching people change their style or get tired. Now, how has it been for you from a fatigue standpoint?
I think this last match was really a test of my physical as well as my opponents. We were both really tired, and I'm glad I was able to persevere and pull it through.
Good. Now, what we noticed in the beginning of the match, she started, again, attacking big, and what made it difficult for you was you had to stand back more. Did you notice that she shifted from attacking big to slowing down and making more pushes?
Yeah, like she has the ability to attack a lot, and so she changed once it wasn't working. So I had to like move even more.
Okay, and it's a question that I just have. Do you notice the moment when you can say, that person tired?
Sometimes, I mean, I'm tired too.
Right, okay.
But,
So
yeah.
I'm just noticing that, they're coming out, they're ambitious, and they're attacking. All of a sudden, they slow down, and you said, I think that person's getting tired.
They have a chance.
Right. Does that change the way that you see the game when you see them back off? Because the moment we see that they back off, you always start attacking more.
Yeah, I think once I see that they're tired, I have I have a greater chance,
Right.
and I want to persevere and keep going.
All right. Congrats,
Thank
and gentlemen,
you.
we'll be watching. Take care. One take pace is out.
So as Gordon said before, we're going to be back in about 10 minutes with the men's final on day 3, and 2016 Rio Olympian Kanak Jah, who was the first seed for this tournament, is competing for the 3rd spot on the US national team. He's had a bit of a bumpy ride over the last 2 days. It'll be interesting to see as he comes up against Nikhil Kumar whether he can close out this final match in the men's singles. So stick with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
We are back at the Triangle Table Tennis Center in Morrisville, North Carolina. This potentially, Matt, I am Gordon Kay from USA Table Tennis. I'm joined here with Matt Hetherington, also from USA Table Tennis. This potentially, Matt, could be the last match of the tournament. It also could be the second to last match of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, really depends on the result.
So I'll just explain the scenario to you, Matt, and then we'll have a little chat about that. So this is the men's finals of day 3, and this is between Kanakja and Nikhil Kumar. So there are 4 spots on the men's national team that'll be going to Dusseldorf to represent the United States. If Kanak wins this match, regardless of what happens, Kanak is qualified. If Kanak wins this match, Nikhil Kumar would have to then play Nicholas Teo in a playoff for the 4th spot. The loser of that becomes the first alternate. The winner goes on to play at Worlds in Dusseldorf. So there is a lot on the line for Nikhil here. I would think, Matt, as we talked about in the women's match a minute ago, there's a lot on the line for Kanak here, too, from a self-confidence standpoint. He has had some difficulties through the tournament finding his game, really getting in a comfort zone. I think if you saw his semifinal match, he really didn't have to do a lot to win, other than stay within himself and force his opponent to make mistakes. This is a match against Nikhil where he may have to do a little bit more, actually, to play his game. Nikhil is not the type of player that's going to overpower you, but he is the kind of player who's going to be in control and play a controlled spin game.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, of course, Nikhil's left-handed, and so there are some different angles at play. Nikhil's great at changing the pace and really working the wide angles, which he showed in his semi-final match, which was a absolutely incredible match against Sharon Alguetti, who was the number 2 seed coming into this tournament. Just an incredible performance from him, and he was down, I think, 3 match points and 3-2, and maybe at one point was even like 3-0 down in the match.
He was down 3-0 in the match.
Yeah, and came back to win 4 sets, and just in that tiny spur of the moment halfway through that match, the level of his game really kind of pushed towards what we might have been expecting more from him over the first 2 days. More the kind of form that we saw at last year's US Open, where he made the final of the under 2700 event and made a great impact on the men's singles draw.
It's interesting, Matt, because both of these players have played a lot of matches over the last 3 days. Kanak making it all the way to the finals. You almost feel like Nikhil is going to be mentally fresh coming out of that last win, where he did have to battle back from down 3-0 with Sharon.
Right, and at the same time also physically more fresh, because he hasn't managed to progress as much through the draw as he maybe would have liked, and he has played far less matches than Kanak, who's made the final for his 2nd day in a row.
So Nikhil out to a quick 3-0 lead. He's got a spring in his step, Matt, and I think some of that is the battle that he just went through coming back. Kanak catching the net there. The two of them, ironically enough, both coming from the Bay Area, have actually only played once in a USATT tournament. The 2014 U.S. Open, where Kanak beat Nikhil 3-0, 7-8-5. Umpire Jamie Hall just checking the ball. Seems like, Matt, if Kanak can come out and play strong in the first game and try and tamper some of that energy that Nikhil had coming out of that comeback win, he could make this a quick match.
Yeah, I think, Nikhil's also a player who's a little more passive on the backhand, and I think we'll see Kanak trying to work placements a lot stronger and maybe take the more passive ball from the backhand first and try and play out wider. I know, being left-handed myself, a wide forehand ball, if you can get the balance shift right, it's a really difficult ball for left-handers, and definitely not one of their favorite balls to play against.
So Nikhil overhitting the last couple balls after jumping out to a 3-0 lead. Now finds himself down 7-3. And as we talked about, as Canuck has done through the day today, he's letting Nikhil make the mistakes on the point, as opposed to Canuck trying to force himself on the point. Canucks coach Stefan Fest cheering him on. We can hear that in the background. It's a big point for Nikhil, sort of stopping the floodgates from opening altogether. He had lost the previous 9 points.
Solid play there. See Canucks really focusing on that backhand, where Nikhil's strokes are not quite as developed as some of the other players in terms of, you know, being able to loop and really generate power over the ball.
It's not really his game, though. It seems to me more of a placement game.
Yeah, he's definitely more kind of inclined to counter drive, and, you know, even with that shot there, you'll see him play out wide and then try and get that ball down the line.
It almost seems like also he likes to be closer up on the table. He likes to be almost right on top of the table.
Yeah, even on his forehand, you'll see him try and take these earlier shots.
Just a well-placed forehand wide by Nikhil right there, very wide.
One of the advantages when a lefty has is if they get a right-handed player to back up, the wide forehand is wide open.
Well, the angle's so much different, Brian.
Right.
Ja wins 11-8.
So Canuck Ja takes game 1.
A lot closer than you might have thought from that 9-3 to come back to 11-8 was...
Well, it was an interesting game in terms of swings. It was 3-0 Nikhil, then 9-3 Canuck. Then Nikhil sort of finds his way back in, and I think that was important mentally for Nikhil. I think the difference between an 11-8 loss and an 11-3, 11-4 loss is huge right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough match for him already, and especially just the pure will of Canuck to, you know, try and finally finish out one of these days.
Well, and the interesting thing for Nikhil right now, and I don't know, Matt, and I would ask you if this is in the back of your mind. In the back of Nikhil's mind, he's got to be thinking, I don't want to play another match. And if he loses this match, he will have to turn around 10 minutes later and play another match. It's got to be somewhere lurking in his mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great opportunity if he can really bring his game out here to still have a chance at getting that direct qualification spot.
He's got to be really careful, though, Matt, not to force it. Not to force it and change his game, to let the game... Yeah, there you saw a good example of Nikhil not giving up the table, not surrendering the table.
Yeah, he stays close, and again, another young player who has a really great advantage of height.
Range,
yeah,
right?
he just kind of lumbers over the table and is able to reach, and great hand adjustments for balls that are going wide to his backhand and wide to his forehand.
Not catching an edge there. That looked like a high-risk shot for him at that moment.
He seems to be doing a lot better on his backhand side right now. I don't think he's really managing to capitalize off his forehand yet. especially when he's having to generate his own power.
That ball almost seemed to catch Canuck off guard a little bit. Like he was expecting something else to come back.
Nikhil?
Canuck.
No, he was almost in a step around position and he got jammed in the backhand.
Right, yeah. It was a little maybe deeper than he thought as well.
4-3.
Sorry, you can't see this at home, but in the Triangle Table Tennis Center there is a window, kind of lounge in a window, and Nicholas Teo is really watching this match.
He's studying.
Anticipating and studying what could come up if it comes down for his chance to qualify for the team. Wow, what a solid point. Great, really, just the build on that point of starting off so steady from Nikhil and then just kind of inching his way forward, playing a little bit earlier and adding a little bit more pressure and finishing strong there.
Just really nice controlled power. Right, not overhitting, not overswinging.
Good power, good composure.
Yeah, I feel like for Nikhil in his game, he's more likely to use playing earlier as his big weapon as opposed to hitting hard.
So that time, though, he was backed off the table a little bit more than he liked, and you saw him get out in front of that backhand as opposed to waiting for that ball to come to him.
Right, yeah, and I mean, with the shot development that he has, he is a little more restricted playing backhand further back from the table.
He just doesn't seem to like it. He likes to be up on the table where he's catching the ball earlier in the bounce.
Yeah, and he has a lot more control over the placement there as well.
That's back-to-back points where you saw Nikhil backing off the table and Canuck catching him off the table with the backhand on a spinny loop.
Yeah, and wow, really solid angle.
That's you get the right-handed player to back up, that wide forehead is wide open.
And Brian, it's something you talked about earlier, is the angle for a left-handed player is so different than that of coming from a right-handed player.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of chances to see lefties, so their combinations can almost win points at will just because we're not used to the ball coming in at that angle.
And I think that last point, guys, was a chance where we saw Nikhil more comfortable with the backhand at the table.
If he's over the table, it's a more solid backhand.
Really steady recovery on that net ball as well. Managed to keep it nice and low. Placed it well. Can sometimes be a player's tendency to, when they see that net, they kind of panic and rush a little bit.
So game 2 in the books, and we're 1-1 here in the men's finals. Guys, we've talked about this, and we will probably continue to talk about it through this match. There is a lot on the line for Nikhil here. Both Canuck will advance to the world team no matter what. Nikhil, if he loses this match, will have to turn around in 10 minutes and play another match.
You know, you guys had said something earlier about him wanting to win this match, and the way I would look at it also is I have 2 chances to make the team.
Yeah, but you also, I mean, he's had a long day. He's had to play 4 matches to this point. He had a good day yesterday. I believe he played 2 or 3 matches yesterday, made it to the quarterfinals, semifinals yesterday. He's coming off a very emotional bounce-back win against Sharon Alguetti where he was down 3-0. right now he's probably riding the high of that adrenaline, Brian, but that's going to tap out.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I would say look at the people that came here that didn't make the semifinals. They'd be dying for 2 opportunities to still make the team.
Brian, I'd be dying for 2. I'd be dying for 1.
Yeah, great play. Just to that point before, I think that Nikhil's focus is going to be really solely set on this match. And when you're playing a match, and look at how positively he's playing. When you're in that positive zone, it shouldn't be in your mind this kind of negative concept of,
I have another chance.
If I lose. No player is going to be out here in the final of a national team trial considering the possibility that they're going to lose. They're both out there and they want to win.
Well, and Nikhil is going to be riding the high of a come-from-behind win. The last thing he wants to do is have that last match coming off the wall.
Right.
And let's face it, guys, these are athletes. There's a reason why they keep score. They're here to win. It doesn't matter what's on the line.
Good point.
They could be playing for a dime. They're here to win.
They could be playing just for bragging rights.
3-2.
Nikhil turning back to his coach Liang, recognizing he may have caught that ball in the wrong spot. So Nikhil out to a 4-2 lead. What Nikhil has to be really careful about here, Matt, is not letting his guard down as he did in Game 1, where he jumped out to a 3-0 lead and then turned around and find himself down 9-3.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really got to keep his foot on the accelerator here, and
also not allow Canuck to force him off the table.
yeah. He definitely needs to apply the pressure from close to the table and try and stay up there.
Mr. John, be careful about blocking the ball before you. 2-5.
Canuck getting a warning there for blocking the ball. A nice bounce back there from Canuck. Really nice bounce back from Canuck on that, pushing Nikhil back off the table. It's almost looks like Nikhil's saying to himself, that's not the shot selection I wanted.
Right.
Really like that serve, Brian. Deep to the forehand, top spin.
It's a tough serve for right-handed players. We just don't see that angle often.
And also, Brian, you're seeing the spin coming, not just the speed, but the spin coming from the different angle. It's one of the reasons I've always been amazed at switch hitters in baseball. Because
they can read it both ways.
Well, in their eye perception, right? Is the right eye the lead or the left eye the lead? Very difficult to do that.
Yeah.
6-0.
Really nice job of Nikhil there, Brian, turning to his forehand and staying committed to the forehand.
What he's been doing most of the day is just kind of laying on the ball, and now he's really starting to, go after it with a counterattack.
6-8. Ball. Blocking. 6-9.
Fault service called there. Blocking the contact point with his head.
9-7.
Big 2 service points here for Nikhil, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're 2 points away from winning a crucial game and you have 2 serves. It's a very common play. If you can encourage that round step around forehand, really opens up that wide forehand angle.
Now you could see the emotion from Nikhil on that point, pumping himself up.
10-8 is better than 9-all.
almost looked like he caught that ball in an awkward place on the paddle that forced it to go that way.
He had already broke his wrist too far, so he caught it when it was still generating spin.
Wins 11-9.
Tough break.
Very tough break. That's a shot that 9 out of 10 times Canuck is going to put away. And so here we are. Nikhil Kumar takes game 3. 11-9 to take a 2-1 lead here in the men's finals of day 3. What could be the last match of the day?
Sean O'Neill has a point about a comment about our discussion about whether or not Nikhil wants to play 1 or 2 matches. He said Nikhil is ready to play 5 more matches if necessary, but he will play 1 match at a time.
It's a great point. Sean would know.
Sean would know.
Probably spends a lot of time working with our juniors, interacting with our juniors, has done a great job communicating through Facebook and through other means, working with the juniors, has seen Nikhil play a lot in Sean's time. So we're back here, coming back to the table. Canucks serving down 1-2 in game, 0-0.
John to serve, 0-0.
Yeah, definitely far too back for Nikhil to be
Particularly
playing
on the
from the
back
table. Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't seem as uncomfortable on the forehand.
I mean, some of his shots, it just looks like his arm and his body are a little disconnected, like that last one.
Oh.
1-2.
Matt, how much of that is because of his length and reach and his body maybe not developing as fast as his body is growing?
I mean, yeah, it can be difficult when players have quite sudden growth spurts to adjust their technique, and
you can see his legs are a lot longer than his torso.
Yeah.
Having those long legs allows him to really reach out and make contact with normal balls that players wouldn't even be able to touch.
Almost looked like he didn't think it was going to hit.
Right. The way it came off Canuck's racket, he thought it was a mishit.
There you saw him push wide and not back off the table, which I think is going to be his strategy right now, Brian.
To be able to put more pressure.
Great service placement there. That's another shot that we've seen Canucks struggle with quite a lot during this tournament.
A big step around.
Yeah, just managing to get his body positioned on that corner well.
Such a patient placement of that forehand to the wide forehand.
Timeout.
It was such. Nikhil showed such great patience there.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely he's very aware, like spatially aware of where his body's positioned, and he won't overplay when he's back from the table and he knows he can't apply the pressure. He won't overplay those shots on his backhand very often, and he has a very good grasp of his range of shots at each different position he has on the table.
Matt, I think in this situation, up 6-3 here in the 4th game, Nikhil has an opportunity to go up 3-3. Is there a difference for Canuck down? He's had a chance to go up 3-1. Is there a difference for him at 3-1 versus 2-2?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big hill to climb to come back from 1-3, and at that point, when you get into that next match of potentially being 1-3 down, you really have a lot more pressure of kind of not being able to give away any free points at all.
Nikhil is inspired. You can feel his inspiration.
Wow.
Oh, great point.
Good point.
Lots of different changes in pace and,
Changing rhythm, changing angle.
yeah, just kind of a mixed bag of different shots from both players. And one of the great things about a point like that is that there's so many changes in control during that point, and it's only when you get to the last shot that it awards a point to one of the players.
Set. 5-7.
There you saw him really reach over the table.
5-8.
Yeah, I mean, he's a tall player, and he does have good hand adjustments, so sometimes he might reach out wide, sometimes forward.
8-6. 8-7.
Catching the net. And again, if you haven't
Timeout.
timeout, Nikhil, if you haven't played at this level or competitively, the spin, the change of spin off that ball off the net can be very tricky sometimes, Matt.
Yeah, and one of the areas in terms of spin where Nikhil's really excelled is using his serve to kind of cut across that angle towards Canuck's forehand. A lot of players are a lot weaker on their forehand receive, and where often you'd see Canuck maybe initiating more and coming to flip with his backhand against the serve. When you're playing against a left-hander and that angle comes more across the table, it really shuts that option out. And, you know, Canuck's being a little less aggressive with that, and maybe he's pushing the ball a little more. And also coming across to his forehand gives Nikhil a chance to play back into that backhand corner where he's been able to force quite a few errors.
So we're going to come back into play here. Nikhil calling time. Both players now using their timeout. We're 8-8 here in the fourth. This is the men's day 3
Yeah, I mean,
finals.
both players and both coaches acknowledging how
critical this moment is.
This point, these points in this set are just.
The last 3 points, Kanaka's won has been all shots to the middle.
Well, and to the point about the coaches, they're fatigued also, mentally fatigued. I mean, it's the physical strains on the players, but the mental strain on the coaches, you know, particularly Liang, he's coached 4 players here over the course of 3 days. It's got to be pretty exhausted mentally.
Sometimes it's easier for the coach to just play.
A great backhand to Canucks wide forehand.
Well set up. Good opening spin to kind of coax that softer receive from Canuck. Just ever so slightly late on that movement.
And so we're 2-2 here in the men's finals. Canuck Ja, who has already qualified for the men's world team, playing Nikhil Kumar, who battled back from down 3-0 against Sharon Alguetti. Interesting, it's gone 8-8, 9-9 so far. Canuck winning the first game 11-8. Nikhil winning the second game 11-8.
Nikhil was up 8-6 and down 10. He was up 8-6 and down 10-8.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how his body language is and how he maintains his attitude coming back to the table after holding, you know, almost a pivotal point in the match where he could have taken a 3-1 lead and actually kind of got a clear view of the finish line, whereas, you know, losing that advantage and drawing the match up again at 2-2.
You're almost at square one.
I
If you're
love
up 3-1.
I love, though, Brian, I love the attitude from Nikhil right now. He's the first one back at the table. He's got a bounce in his step. He's ready to play. He wants to get on with this.
Yeah.
And
I think even though he feel like he missed an opportunity but going up 3-1, he's still inspired.
Canuck effectively pushing Nikhil wide.
Right,
catching,
again.
reaching a little bit.
Yeah, wide to that forehands.
It's not as powerful.
It's actually interesting. In the last couple of days, we've talked about the height advantage of being able to reach, and I feel like Nikhil's doesn't quite fall in line with that, and he doesn't quite have the ability to stretch as far across to his forehand as some other tall players might.
Really nice backhand to Canucks wide forehand. We've seen Nikhil score 3 or 4 points this match on that. It's a similar shot. Really loading up on that forehand, Brian.
I think Canuck is realizing that wide block to Nikhil's forehand is the money shot.
I think Nikhil there got away with maybe a serve that he didn't really want. That serve
didn't want
seemed to
that one
pop,
to go
up,
deep,
pop up
yeah.
a little bit, a little high and a little deep.
Most of the heavy underspin shots, Canuck plays them slow and spinning, so he plays them conservatively, which open up the counterattack for Nikhil.
One thing we have not seen a lot of today from Canuck is moving his body around the table on his service. We did see that from him quite a bit yesterday.
Yeah, well, particularly this match against the left-hander, he'll want to be back on the corner. What a great inside-out shot.
Nice shot.
Yeah, as I was saying with his serve, he'll want to play the exact same angle he's getting. So where he's being caught out receiving on his forehand side, he'll want to play across the middle towards the forehand and use that angle back against Nikhil as well. Wow, really awesome play.
Good point.
So many kind of different stops in there, and Nikhil managed to play a great short touch ball, and both players controlled that situation so well.
Wide forehand.
Canuck with a short underspin serve there. Nikhil heavy loop
Just,
back, ready
just
to
pushing it deep and getting ready to counterattack.
maybe just reached a little too far there.
Yeah, reached a little bit. Really took a very risky inside-out angle for a serve receive.
Yeah, maybe hitting that softer would have allowed it to play off the sideline, but he just put too much power in it.
You could see the difficulty for Canuck there to counter that service spin and have to move so far across to play a backhand flip. And there, that's the advantage of Nikhil's serve. You see Canuck, he gives up on the backhand flip, he stays on his forehand and takes the safer option of pushing long.
Ooh.
Awesome, great shot. solid placement.
Almost all of those shots have been going cross court. This was the first time he decided to take it down the line just
Yeah,
to change it.
and he had such a great snap of the wrist at the end there.
Umpire Jamie Hall reminding Nikhil not to block the ball with his head, which Canuck did earlier also.
Yeah, of course, the service rule during the flight path of the ball to the contact, you can't obstruct the side of the ball from the opposition player.
Canuck seems to be having success when he can get Nikhil to reach a little bit instead of moving his body over, reaching.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Nikhil's a player who's going to anchor a little more on his backhand side, and because of that slight weakness where he has to stay close to the table, so that wide forehand's a little more exposed. Yeah, see, you can just see him there. He's really set in place on his backhand side.
So you can see him saying to himself, hit a forehand.
Right, yeah. I mean, he doesn't want to get stuck into this pattern of playing backhands all across the table. He's got to remember that his forehands are kind of a way to take control back over the point if he counters.
So Canuck with 3 straight points here to take an advantage in Game 5. Just outstanding play here in the men's finals.
Gutsy shot. Gutsy.
Nikhil moving across the table
On the backhand to take it cross court.
That's right. Almost forcing Canuck to go after the backhand.
Right.
Wow. What a finish right there, Matt. What a just great finish with a high risk. And we talked a lot about windows and Nikhil taking advantage of a window that Canuck left him with that long topspin forehand, long topspin serve.
Definitely, and it shows something we talked about a little like earlier on at the start of the match. Nikhil's coming into this match with a very, very fresh approach, and he is mentally sharp and you know, and physically more kind of alert, and he will spot these opportunities where, you know, maybe Canuck, who's played a lot more matches and maybe quite a little more fatigued, maybe not noticing a few things that are going on and costing him crucial points.
So for Nikhil, who's now up 3-2 with the chance to close it out, is it added pressure? Is it just keep playing my game? Where are we with Nikhil mentally?
He's going to see the finish line, and for a young player, it's always interesting to see how they deal with that situation. And there were a couple of points, a little just before the end of that game, where I felt like he overplayed quite a lot, and he's going to have to kind of just wind it back a little to make sure that he can execute in the important points.
Great point. To your point, Matt, he's got to force himself to not force it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's perfect.
Played that one a little bit too early. He's
Saw him
managed
do a
to,
motion to go cross court.
yeah, he's managed to, I think, do really well with quite a simple backhand stroke. You know, he uses it very effectively.
Almost a punch, right?
Yeah.
Instead of what you're saying most players do that are spinning the ball, he's actually just coming in and flat hitting, which is a weirder trajectory.
And speaking of that game style, I think one thing that we really haven't talked about so far during this tournament is how these different styles have been affected by the plastic ball. And, you know, when you see these kind of flatter driving styles being effective with less spin on the ball. Wow. Oh, what a stunning point.
Very good. Beautiful.
That may be one of 2 or 3 points of the tournament so far, Matt.
Yeah, and so fortunate that we get it here in what could be the last match of the entire tournament.
I'm sure Nick Teo, who's back there warming up, hopes that this isn't the last match of the tournament.
Yeah, just seeing those
cross-court backhand is more effective.
Really effective backhand punches, which kind of brings me back to what I was saying before I got interrupted by a spectacular point. Yeah, the flat game has become a little more effective with a ball
big
that
ball.
Yeah,
it's harder to generate the kind of spin we saw,
right?
You know, with the other ball. So hitting flat is become more simplistic.
Some very, very great.
Very good points. Good saves.
See him improvising a little when he did get pushed back on that backhand to try and stay in the point.
I always think it's fun to see a point like that where you have 2 guys who are playing, you know, heavy topspin, heavy balls, get backed off the table, and
that was a fantastic play.
Really good loop, smart
Just to
play.
see, yeah, and he did well to prepare for that step around forehand by playing
Making
a little
that block.
Yeah, he played kind of a little inside out backhand that opened that angle up to make the step around a little bit easier.
Nikhil catches an edge there.
No timeouts right now. They have to play it.
Really, really solid forehand game from Nikhil.
Backhand cross court is so quick that Kanak has to take 2 steps in a turn to get to it, and all he's able to do is just hold his hand out.
So impressive to see how he kind of controls risk to play a very risky inside-out angle and then follow it up with a punch.
Right.
Again, reminding himself forehand. It's the second time we've seen that. It's hard right now because he's been so effective with
that
that backhand,
yeah.
pushing him wide.
Yeah, and I think he was really aiming to come across to the middle and punch out wide to the forehand. He just...
I think he would have won it outright.
Yeah, but, I mean, by the time he arrived, it was just
Too
the
late.
ball was starting to drop a little, and...
So Canuck catches an edge. And gentlemen,
We have a game 7.
It's
What a match.
It's almost exhausting to watch, and
what a match.
to have gone through this tournament, and this has, I think, been one of the most kind of high-paced and intense battle of just exchanges between two players that we've seen so far this tournament.
Well, their styles seem well suited for an exciting match like this. Their games are very predictable is not the right word, but their games are very
They're compatible with each other.
compatible. That's right.
They have a lot of exchanges, not necessarily big power, but mid-distance, sharp play.
And the person who's going to win this game is the person here who's going to make less unforced errors,
Yeah,
as opposed
and-
to the person who's going to hit all the big winners.
Absolutely, and one of the most exciting things, and we've seen some incredible rallies and incredible shots, is how well both players have contained risk. I mean, some of the shots they're playing are really high risk, but they managed to execute them at a very high level.
I want to remind everybody that if Canuck wins, we will stay here in 10 minutes after the match. And well, a great job there. Anyway, if Canuck wins, we will stay here. Nikhil will have to play Nicholas Teo for the 4th spot. But I think Nikhil is really focused right now on not getting to that point. What a great job setting up that point, Matt.
The approach that he has into the ball is really unique, where he comes into the ball the same way, and it's only the last tiny part of the action that kind of defines whether it's a fast punch or a softer play.
Yeah, he'll punch one, and if you put it back, he just plays it soft and starts over.
He overhit that ball a little bit. It was almost like he was expecting a little bit more pace. Did a really nice job moving Canuck wide to the forehand and coming back to the backhand.
And I think that's becoming a little bit more of a tactic for him. He really is searching for that. You know, it's very risky, but he knows that's a ball he has to play, that inside-out forehand wide to the forehand.
Canuck catching the net there.
This, I would think, would be a point where he would use his towel break. Remember, with no timeouts left in the game, you've got to use every 6 points. You can take a towel break, and it gives the players a good chance to reset and refocus.
Be interesting to see if Canuck serves long or short here.
I felt like Nikhil overplayed that quite a lot. I mean, especially when you're playing in these longer rallies, it's not really necessary to try and overplay the serve return.
Oh, great step around for him.
That right-handed player backing up leaves that wide open.
Yeah, and you also notice that he waited till the last minute where he could see that Canuck was
Still
kind of
backing
starting
up.
to creep across to back to his backhand side as well.
Well, and that's a play. That's a play there. Also, being left-handed is a huge advantage
Definitely,
because it
yeah.
gives you the length of the whole court. You hear Nikhil really pumping himself up right now.
Just got caught a little bit too close to that ball contact.
It was the right shot selection, but just the position was off.
Guys, I don't think we could ask for a better match. I mean, that's 6-6 in the fifth. These guys are just duking it out toe-to-toe right now, Brian.
Yeah, listen, these guys are going right to the wire. This is game 7, and these guys are going for gutsy shots.
Wow.
That's a shot. That's it, Matt. That's a shot that we've seen Canuck miss a couple times.
Yeah, I feel like he's got a better measure of it today, though, and he's executed it a lot. And it's kind of a sign of, you know, he's going to take every opportunity that he's given, which definitely puts a little more pressure on Nikhil to tighten up his serve and his receive.
8-6, game 7.
Just to remind everybody, though, he was down 3 or 4. Nikhil was down 3 or 4 match points earlier in this tournament. Came back to win.
Took that ball a little bit too aggressive on that follow-up. Can see the dedication that Canuck has to his ideas. You know, he was so
that ball wide, wide out,
and so committed to playing backhand off that serve that he came all the way across the table.
So this is it, match point.
Yeah, I think in these last few points, Canucks really tried to stabilize his position and not go too far back. He's kind of set a boundary, and he's trying to hold his body weight forward more.
Oh, what a great match. I mean, what a great match. So while Brian Pace is getting ready for his encore interview with the Canuck, I'll remind the viewers, stick around for another hour because we've got a placement match coming up in 10 minutes. We are going to take a 10-minute break in between matches, allow Nikhil to refresh himself. Matt, what a fantastic men's final here on day 3.
Yeah, quite an exhilarating match. Definitely for the players, but also for the people watching and for us being able to kind of look a little bit deeper into this match and just to see the range of shots that both players played, the amount of risk that they took, and they really went out there and put everything on the line. And, you know, it was a match that could have gone either way for both players.
Really important right now for Nikhil is the bounce back. 7-game match with Sharon where he was down 3-0. He had opportunities in this match with Canuck to close it out. He was up 3-2. It's really important for him mentally to bounce back right now.
Yeah, I mean, he will be a little disappointed about the result, but at the same time, he's got to feel like this is, I mean, yeah, he didn't get the win, but the best scenario to come out of losing is to feel like you're in really good form, and I don't think we've seen him play anywhere near this well so far until the last 2 matches he's played today, and he really needs to try and keep going with that.
One last question for you, Matt. To Nikhil's game.
I mean, I think Nick's going to be looking for good, solid openings and a strong follow-up, maybe to try and end the point before Nikhil can play this really good placement game that he has. And, you know, Nikhil's going to be trying to place the ball and put as much pressure on Nick as he can to stop that.
So, Matt, we're going to wrap up the men's finals of day 3. Canuck Jaw winning 11-8 in the 7th over Nikhil Kumar. Brian Pace is on court with Canuck. We will be back in about 10 minutes with the 4th place, the essentially the last qualifying spot for the men's worlds in about 10 minutes. Matt, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And we are live with Canuck. Ja, congratulations. You are officially on the team. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it means a lot. It's been a long tournament for me, and I'm just so happy and relieved I pulled it out in the end.
Now, this match, if you won, you're on the team. If you lose, you're still on the team. How did that affect your motivation level throughout the match?
I mean, yeah, of course, I was much more motivated in the semis because I knew this was the match to reach the team. But I still wanted to win, and I still tried my best, and yeah.
Yeah, there was a pivotal moment when Nikhil was up 2-1, and both of you guys called timeout throughout that game, and you were able to get it back to 2-2. How important was that game from it being 2-2 to you possibly being down 3-1?
Yeah, I think if I lost this game, I would have definitely lost the match. He had a lot of momentum going. He was swinging on everything. So, I just took a timeout to maybe change the serve and slow down a little bit because he was just really hitting every ball then.
What we also started to know tactically is that you had a high comfort level with playing your backhand wide out to his forehand, and he had a problem reaching that. Did you see that? Is that one of the things you wrote down from a strategy standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I knew, I did not know before, but during the match, I realized many times I was getting him with this wide forehand. I think he also started to adjust to it a little bit better. But, yeah, it was definitely a big help during the match.
Okay. Have fun back home. Have fun in Sweden.
Thank you.
Congrats. One take pace, and we got one more match left. Get your popcorn. We're not done yet.
Okay. Do you have coach?
Matt, here we go. This is Gordon Kay. I'm joined alongside Matt Hetherington. The conclusion of 29 hours of table tennis over the last 3 days, Matt. And this is what it all comes down.
I feel like it's been longer than that.
Well, I was commenting yesterday, I don't know if you remember, but I was commenting how strange it is to think that at the Nationals and Open, we do this from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We've only been going, we've only been going 12 to 8 on 12 to 8. Well, we'll probably go past 9 tonight on two tables. To do this, it's been grueling for us. It's been grueling for the players. But for these two competitors, this is what it all comes down to. So you have Nick Teo, who's coming off. He was the finalist on day one, and Nikhil Kumar, who just lost to Kanakja in 7 games on day 3. They are playing for the last spot on the world team. A lot of pressure on both of them. Matt, let's talk a little bit about Nick for a minute. Nick had a very strong day 1. Probably a little bit disappointed in his performance on day 2. Did make it to the quarterfinals here today, and he's been resting now since essentially 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that to his advantage that he's been off, or is it going to be harder for him to get back into this now?
It's difficult to say. I mean, you could take it from the perspective that maybe Nick's a little fresher and he's recovered from at least today's play. Or you could look at it from the fact that Nikhil's really built a lot of momentum and increased his form over the last 2 matches. And
how hard is it, Matt, for Nikhil to come back? I mean, he's got to be somewhat mentally disappointed, given that he had a chance to close out Canuck in the 6th. He was in it in the 7th.
Can I chime in on that?
Sure.
I think what we've been seeing is lose or come back tomorrow, and he has lose or come back immediately. He may be more inspired than anybody because he doesn't have to come back tomorrow and try from scratch.
So here we go, guys. This is it. We've been saying win or come back tomorrow. It's now win or go home.
Go home. And I think this is an interesting style matchup because Nick is a lot more of a risk taker.
Well, he's a hitter. He's a hitter, Brian. He likes to set up a big forehand. He likes to back off the table and really load up. Whereas we saw in the last match with Nikhil, he's a little bit more of a strategic player.
Controlled, and I think it may play into his advantage because he just has more range in general. Nick won't play as reserved.
And again, we started talking before you got on, Brian, about the difficulty for Nick of the separation. Hasn't played since earlier this afternoon, whereas Nikhil has been pretty much running on full throttle, back-to-back 7-game matches. It could be harder for Nick to get into this. It almost feels like, Brian, the first game is not going to be as important for Nick.
Right. He needs a warm-up game.
That's right.
If Nikhil has played 14 games, he's sharp.
yeah, and for that reason, I can really see Nikhil will try and get as big a lead as he can in this match
before Nick wakes up.
So to me, looking at this just mentally, the pivotal game in this match is going to be game 2. That's going to be, there you saw it, Nick Teo really loading up the forehand. But the pivotal game in this match is going to be game 2.
Not necessarily. I mean, game 1 could also be the pivotal game. If Nick comes out here and wins the first set, it shows that maybe he is in a position where he doesn't need to warm up into the match. Maybe he's ready tactically, or his shots are in good form from his practice. And, you know, winning the first game could kind of indicate which direction the match might go in.
Fair enough.
Good point.
Yeah, very good point. I think Nikhil's got to be careful not to overplay right now. Knowing that Nick Teo has been sitting for a while, maybe let Nick make those mistakes. There you saw that big forehand.
Yeah, definitely. And he's got to be really mindful of where he plays that power, because we've seen Nikhil in the last couple of matches, particularly in the last match. He's able to deflect the ball if he's in good position, and Nick doesn't want that power coming back to him. And that's a great example. he found the space to hit into so that Nikhil's not able to kind of and slingshot that power back at him.
There you saw strong backhand from Nikhil. So it almost looked like Nick was waiting for...
He's waiting for a block.
Well, I actually thought he was waiting for Nikhil to be a little bit more aggressive with that
He's
ball.
waiting to get a block, and then he's tried to switch into attack position.
Matt, to your point, though, as we were saying before, I think this game is more important for Nikhil than it is for Nick right now in terms of the full match, the full spectrum of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's at the same time as he's kind of started fresh. I feel like he's coming into this game as starting again. It doesn't quite look like he's been able to just keep that momentum from the last match going.
Tried that backhand flick that was so effective against Canuck. So Nick Teo with an opportunity here, receiving. Nikhil serving down 9-10 in game one. This is the absolute last match of the day. Great.
Excellent attack.
What a great, just a fluid forehand. So fluid.
This is a dangerous position for Nikhil because Nicholas came out and won game one. So he could steamroll it.
Well, and I would say Nikhil was not able to take advantage of some early mistakes that Nick made and really capitalize on building a little bit bigger lead as Nick was getting into the match. Nick clearly bounces back towards the end of the game to assert himself, and I think he's in a really good position. I said before, Matt, I think game two is really pivotal in the overall scope of this match.
Yeah, particularly now for Nikhil, it's a game where he's going to have to find his game again and see if he can build the momentum that he had in his last two matches. And for Nick, it's about can he capitalize on the lead that he's already started here in game one.
Coach Liang really pumping Nikhil up. And again, it's great to see Nikhil right back at the table, ready to go again. There's no weariness in his step. He looks like he's ready to play, which has got to be difficult at this point in the tournament for him. So here we go with game two. Nikhil serving, down 0-1, 0-0 in game two.
See, I think it's a much more dangerous situation whenever Nicholas starts attacking. You can see against Canuck, whenever he attacked Nikhil, they had several exchanges with Nicholas. By the time he starts attacking, it's going to be over soon.
Well, but Nicholas's attack is so much stronger.
It's a big hitter.
Yeah, he likes to load up that forehand and really rip it. Just thinking about what you just said, Brian, and that Nikhil was able to effectively catch the block, his backhand block, early in the bounce on Canuck's forehand loops because Canuck maybe doesn't hit with as much power as Nicholas does. Nicholas is going to hit with more power. It's going to challenge Nikhil to really use his hands to control that block as opposed to punching at the ball.
Yeah, that's right. He is going to be forced back a little bit, and that ability for him to apply pressure back on his opponent when they're attacking is not going to be as evident here when he's almost kind of becoming the player that's on the back foot.
Yeah, we saw Nikhil in his match with Canuck getting a little trouble when he got backed off the table. And he's got to be very careful of that, but he can't be too close to the table because of the amount of power that Nicholas does hit with. So a couple of unforced errors there for Nikhil. I think these 2 service points are going to be really important for him. He shortened up that push a little bit now.
Yeah, it looked like the umpires. He said something.
Yeah, it sounded like he spoke at the start of the point.
I think he was going to say the score, but he stopped talking.
Another unforced error. What a
great push.
Brian, it almost looked like Nikhil looked intimidated a little bit in his return. He was expecting a little bit more power, and he needed to exert some more force on that ball.
Yep. I think what you're seeing here is Nikhil not really knowing how to navigate the point because Nicholas is such a big hitter that he's not going to play, let's do medium speed and medium power exchanges.
Yeah, and you can see with even against the first opening ball, he's kind of an all or nothing player.
Right. And if you look at this, we have 2 games. We have service fault. We have 2 games, and we haven't had any rallies compared to the last match.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to expect anywhere near as many kind of closely contested rallies between these players because of that all or nothing kind of make or break game
There's
style.
one player that can just blast.
Well, but we've seen Nick and well, it's a great serve from Nikhil. We've seen Nick earlier in this tournament getting some big forehand rallies with some other players, like a Sharon.
We got an early timeout, guys.
Some big forehand to forehand rallies. Nikhil is not that type of player.
No. You know, once he gets backed off the table, there are some restrictions in his game.
It's an interesting point in the match. I've got to think Nick has be thinking closing this game out and perhaps really putting his foot on the gas and pulling away here.
Yeah, and it's interesting the timeout's been called now when he does have 2 serves under his belt, and it really helps at this point of the game for him to be able to just take a moment to structure how he wants the point to play out. So players coming back here. Nick Teo will serve at 10-8 to see if he can take a 2-0 lead.
This is again the national team play-in match. Nick, the semifinalist, the runner-up day 1. Nikhil, the runner-up today. Of course, Canuck, the runner-up yesterday, won today, so he qualifies for the national team and for Worlds. The winner of this match will go on to represent the United States at Worlds. Encouraging, Matt, to see 2 young players in this position.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've seen a lot of young players excelling in this tournament. It's been really pleasing to see.
Nikhil's going to get a yellow card here, I think, for throwing his paddle on the table. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
Looking for it. Doesn't have to use it that much.
I think he found his credit card earlier. And Nikhil is going to get a yellow card. Nikhil is looking fatigued as he's bent over in the corner talking to his coach. Umpire almost stepping on the ball there. Bad timing for something like that. Yeah. It's been a long 3 days, hasn't it, Matt? For everyone.
Yeah, it has, and I mean, I feel fatigued from the 3 days, so I find, it's hard to imagine how the players are feeling now, especially the ones who've gone to kind of the last moments of the day where they're
Last man standing.
Yeah,
I mean, this is gut check time, right? I mean, this is real gut check time. You've just, for Nikhil, you've come off of 14 straight games.
yeah, and
Back to back,
And-
7-game win, 7-game win,
Win,
and
7-game loss.
Yeah,
over
and-
the 1 and 2 seeds in the tournament. Let's put this in perspective, guys. This is a lot.
Listen, whoever loses will lose some sleep tonight.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody walks away from this disappointed. I really don't. Certainly, there's the disappointment of having, for Nikhil being essentially
close.
2 points away from closing it out with Canuck. But he has played an exceptional day of table tennis today. I mean, he was down 3-0 to Sharon. Just straightening out some housekeeping. And here we go, Nick Teo serving 0-0, up 2 games to love.
I think from this match and the last matches, and even day one with Nick Teo making the final, it's great to see that these young players who've never been in this situation before, where they're 1 match away from making the national team, have handled themselves in the situation.
I can tell you during the time I was playing in the U.S. trials, I needed to be 21 or 22 to have this level of maturity. These guys have started playing high-level competition so early that they're just so much more mature at a younger age.
Oh, Brian, you're talking 24, 25, 2600 level players at the age of 14, 15, and 16. It's tremendous.
That's brilliant.
Nikhil finally able to use that backhand. But
Again,
Brian,
that right-handed player backing up.
Yep.
Wide forehand.
finally able to drive Nick off the table a little bit. Seemed to catch that ball a little bit early, so the paddle was open.
It'll be interesting to see, how Nikhil makes these small changes to his game, where he's played a lot of rallies in the last couple of games. Now I think he really has to focus on the serve-receive elements and the tight play to stop Nick from making those big opening plays.
Well, Nick's service return, Matt, is so heavy and so powerful. So it's 4-4 here in Game 3. Nick Teo with a 2-0 lead.
Nice.
It was a great recovery from Nikhil. Just not able to finish it.
Really impressive also to see a power player like Nick get so much torque on that high ball. You don't see that very often. Some players get a little bit soft.
But looking at Nick, he's an athletic player. He's clearly doing training off the table, strong legs, and a lot of power in his.
Good serve.
Great serve. That was almost what Nick wanted. He just didn't execute, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, he was in good position and kind of well set up to play that ball.
Brian, it looked like Nikhil shortened up the return a little bit and
He has to
allowed.
play a tighter game. The more room Nick has, the more room he has to just blast the ball.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, and that point shows as well, Nikhil's really got to focus his serve returns more towards the back end. I think on the third ball and like the first opening, Nick has made a lot more errors from his backhand than his forehand. Just so close on that one, but Nikhil was able to control the ball out wide and then drag Nick back into the backhand side.
Again, that's what Nick wanted. He wanted the opportunity to step around and hit that big forehand, and he just clipped the top of the net.
Just clipped it.
A little lacking in acceleration on that opening ball.
We saw that earlier in game one also, Matt, where Nikhil almost expected the ball to come back with more pace, and it caught him where he needed to generate more counter pace, and he didn't.
That's a good point. Nikhil is starting to get the range for Nick's loop. He's understanding where he needs to be to be able to take a full swing, not making an attempt on his loop.
It's a big point for Nikhil. Huge point for Nikhil. 10-10 here in game 3. Of course, David Delvecchio doing a great job, as always, scorekeeping, doing everything for us with the live stream.
The wind-up, when he gets time on his forehand, the wind-up that he gets is just
incredible.
Insane.
Which is why, in my opinion, Nikhil has been effective bringing him a little bit closer in.
Right.
Because he hasn't been allowing him to load up. Guys, since this may be our last break, I certainly hope it isn't because it's been a fun match. I want to tell you, first of all, Brian, congratulations on the gig here.
Thank you.
What a great job Triangle
it.
Table Tennis has done hosting this event. It has been a great 3 days. And Logan, AJ, Tom, the staff here at Triangle Table Tennis has been an absolutely fantastic host for what has been an amazing trial. So, Brian, to you and everyone here, it has been really enjoyable. Matt,
Thank you.
It has been fun over the last 3 days, seeing a lot of great table tennis, and I think as we look at the future of USA table tennis, and again, I'm hoping this isn't our last break, but we got to think about it a little bit, right? As we look at the future of USA table tennis, it seems really bright. On the women's side, you had Lily and Jennifer, both 2016 Olympians, qualify for the world's team. You had Canuck come back in stunning fashion, as he seems to always like to do on day 3.
Yeah.
On day 3 to win the day 3 trials. He did it at the Olympic trials. He did it at Nationals last year. You got Adar Alguetti, who played arguably the day of the tournament overall, coming back down 3-0 with Victor Liu in day 1. It's been an amazing 3 days.
Yeah, we've seen just an incredible level, and these players have really lifted their game at a time when they need to.
Keel over talking to Roman Tennyson.
Looks like Roman's going to call the umpire over there.
Oh, the photographer. The photographer seems to be
I think it's a clicking.
bothering the keel. So go ahead, Matt. Please go on.
He said he can play with it.
I lost my train of thought there.
Not sure what happened there, but
No, it was slightly confusing.
so now we got to see if there's anything left in the tank for Nikhil. He was in this position with Sharon.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult thing for Nikhil here is that he's played 2 back-to-back really intense matches, and it's difficult to look at this situation being 3-0 down and try and keep yourself positive and keep yourself pumped up.
He's going to use his timeout here, which I think is a really good idea.
Yep.
This
kind
is
of
the time.
regroup, reassess.
Before he really, again, before he loses perspective, right?
It gets so far ahead that he has to check out because it's just too insurmountable.
So anyway, Matt, where we left off, the future for USA Table Tennis. It's been a great team trials. We've seen amazing matches. What's so encouraging, Matt, is the level of play of some of our younger players.
Right. Yeah. It shows that the youth players in this country are really starting to develop and kind of stepping towards developing into potentially great senior players as well. I feel like this is going to be a great opportunity for some of these younger players that qualified to play in a senior world championships and really experience the international level that they kind of have to start working towards.
And understand the level, the difference in the level of play. We've talked off camera a little bit about some little things that happen in American table tennis that you're not going to see in international table tennis. The little mistakes that get taken advantage of, and their opportunity to see that firsthand, I think, is going to be huge for them in their development. So Nick Teo up 3-1 here with a 3-0 game lead. Oof.
Got to it late, but he has some fast feet.
So impressed, though, Brian, with the power that Nick plays with.
He has a Babe Ruth swing.
But it's so generated from the body, not from the arm, which is what's so impressive. I mean, he's an athlete.
Wow. Probably one of the best backhands we've seen from.
And he was running into it also.
And it was a serve that Nikhil has been effective with earlier in the match. Boy, he really does like to hit the ball, doesn't he?
Yep.
He's gonna make his shot.
He's gonna make it or miss it, but it's gonna be big.
Seeing Nikhil attack effectively there. It's just great placement. Didn't try and put too much power on the ball. Was really more focused on ball placement, Brian.
I think what you're seeing is Nick over the table game is so much sharper than Nikhil's that you find that Nikhil makes a return and he's ready to jump back so that when that big ball comes, he's actually ready. And those were the two of the times that he just served and attacked twice.
And your example there, Brian, is perfect for the point that we just saw. He came in and played that chop block and just straight away took maybe like a big stride backwards.
See, to deal with Nicholas loop, you need more space. So you have to back up just so you have more time to respond to it.
Bit of a lucky break on the net there.
But Nikhil took advantage of it. Took advantage of the lucky break that caused the pop-up. Didn't hesitate, going right back to the backhand with the strong forehand. That's just, again, we've seen that twice this game. That's just great placement. Not trying to overwork the ball.
Just wait until the last moment to make sure that's an open court.
again. It's backed off too much on his backhand there.
He's backing off sometimes when he doesn't need to, because that return was so low that Nick couldn't blast it, so it had already dropped before it got to him.
Yeah, he couldn't catch it early enough in the bounce, right, Brian?
Yep.
Just a tremendous bounce back.
That's a gutsy play to make it 9-all.
You hear Nikhil pumping himself up, saying, here we go, here we go. I don't think he's ready to go home yet.
Not yet. He's changing the serve. If he could have got that serve short, it would have been a great opportunity for him to loop down the line.
Yeah, and you could see he really went after that backhand angle by coming across and serving off his forehand side.
So this is it, guys. Match point for Nick Teo and the opportunity to go on to represent the United States at World Championships in Germany. This will be... And gentlemen, that's it. Matt, certainly you feel for Nikhil right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really rough, and he played so well in the 2 matches before this. But at the same time, I think that the matches he played before were a little bit more similar in style, and they were a lot more topspin based, and they played a little more into his style of playing. Where this game, I think where he really failed was kind of not being able to tighten up enough on the serve and receive, and maybe in the shorter exchanges they had on the table, and it allowed Nick Teo to open up and play his strongest shots, which...
well, and Nick Teo's a hitter, right?
Yeah.
And it was not a good stylistic matchup for Nikhil at this point in the tournament. Maybe early in the tournament when he's got his legs under him and he can be more effective up at the table. He's just played 14 games against the 1 and 2 seed, and you know his legs are probably worn out. He's played 3 days of table tennis. It's very difficult to come back from that with a guy who loves to drive the ball with heavy spin and is going to be a home run kind of hitter.
Yeah, and I think one of the unfortunate things, but one of the learning experiences for Nikhil out of this is that he really came into this tournament a little bit too late. I think the first couple of days he didn't really have much form behind him, and struggled with his initial couple of matches in the draw, and you know, he really hit the ground running on day 3, and you know, for him to lose is difficult. But I really hope that he takes something away so that when he comes back to a situation like this in the future, he can really bring his best form in from day 1 and you know, achieve those upsets that he needs to kind of get himself through the draw.
Yeah, Matt, it has been an utter pleasure working with you. David, to you, thank you so much for all you do for USA Table Tennis. I'm speaking directly to David Delvecchio, who doesn't want this kind of credit. To everyone here at Triangle Table Tennis, I'm Gordon Kay. It has been a pleasure working with you, Matt Hetherington. Thank you for 3 great days of table tennis.
No problem. I've really enjoyed it.
You and I get to go on to the United Nations now on Tuesday for Peace and Sport Day with Canuck. And we're going to send it to Brian Pace, who's on court with the newest member of the U.S. national team, Nick Teo.
All right. Thank you, guys, for checking in.
We are live with the 4th member of the 2017 U.S. national team, Nick Teo. How does it feel?
Feels great. You know, I just came into this tournament just not expecting too much, just trying my best and see what happens.
Now, initially, we were nervous that Nikhil had 14 games to get sharp, and you had kind of been sitting and waiting. How did that affect you in game 1?
Well, while he was playing, I just took my time to try and strategize what I would try to do, and yeah.
Right. We felt that first game was important that you won. In the second game, you had a lead, and he made a little bit of a comeback, and you called a timeout. What was that timeout about? Because a timeout in game 2 is a little early.
Yeah, well, the timeout was just to, slow down, don't rush too much, and just try to change the spin so that he's not too comfortable blocking my shots and just put it on the table,
Okay. What we found tactically is that once you got in one loop, you pretty much controlled the sequence, and you made more side spin, top spin serves, so you get the ball to pop up.
Yeah, that was just the main strategy. First loop, just put on the table, spin it, and then when he blocks, it'll be a little high, so I get a chance to attack.
Okay, I won't keep you any further. Congrats. Good luck in Germany. We'll be watching. Good luck to Adar. Good luck to Kanak. Good luck to who was yesterday's
Canal Chaudhry.
Canal, and congratulations to Nick T.O. that'll all be at the World Championships. It's been fun. I realize you guys could have done anything like watch the migration of Canadian geese, but you're here right now, so thanks for your time.
And a big thank you to all of you for tuning in. We've been working really hard with the production teams to try and improve the coverage of our events, and especially with the Facebook live stream. And so it's been great to have all of you guys supporting this, and we're going to keep improving the things that we're doing to make the coverage of these events an even better experience for all our viewers. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and for the last time from this event, goodbye.